Hello, Cougar Nation, and welcome back to the Coaches Weeklies for this season of Cougar football. I'm Jonathan Shear with the Cougar Sports Network, and joining me once again is the head coach of that football team, Chase Hankins. Coach, thanks for coming here today.
Thanks for having me.
And Coach, as we look back on the season so far, it's been a very strong start to the season for your team. You're coming off of a Week 2 win against Manchester and a dominant Week 2 win at that, 35-14 in control from kickoff to the end of the game. So you look back at that team and honestly a great performance all around defensively and offensively for your team. And we'll look at that defense first. And the defense, you've talked a lot about those important returners that we've had on the defense, but there's also been a lot of impact freshmen. Week 1 was Zach Paracchio. This week it was Caden Strohr. 12 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and a sack. A great week from him. So you look around at that defense, and what's impressed you a lot so far with your freshmen like Caden and the defensive front as a whole?
Yeah, I think, and even with Caden, we're still trying to get that stat updated where he had a forced fumble on the season 2, or in that game as well. But I think the great thing about where our defense is, especially with a lot of young guys, is you can't really tell the difference. Zach Paracchio coming in Week 1 and having a dominant performance on the defensive line, and then that's followed up by Caden, who's a really good friend of his, and and then even the interceptions, getting Damian Givens and Ongst and all of them, it's hard to see the gap of age where our young guys are contributing right away, and you can't even tell with talking to them and their approach to the game. They're acting like seasoned vets, which is really, really cool to see. Absolutely.
And, you look at that full performance from your team as well. You look on the offensive end of the squad, and, a great performance from your offense. Obviously, the headliner for that is probably Jerron Brown, again, as a player all around 100 yards plus for the second straight game this season. 3 touchdowns on the ground, so he has been a reliable rock for your offense so far to start this year. But your passing game also put up some fireworks, 95-yard touchdown pass to Kevon Lawson this last week. So you look at your offense, how has that been, getting that to really click in Week 2 after a bit of a slow start Week 1?
Yeah. That 95-yarder is a little bit of a touchy subject, because if they had spotted the ball right, that actually got downed at the 3. If they would have just spotted it properly, we would have had a new record on our hands. But it's great to see, of course, Jerron and our offensive line be able to impose their will and be dominant, and something that we could have relied on the entire game, where as much as I love throwing the ball, if Colton can be 10 for 13 and have limited throws, but those throws are all big plays, I'll take that every day of the week. So it was really a refreshing look to see that our guys from last year do remember how to get going right out of the gate, and we're hoping that we can just continue to fire on all cylinders and keep that momentum going into conference play.
Absolutely. You just mentioned it. Going into conference play, that's what we're looking up to next as Naction gets going this weekend. And for the Cougars, they'll be kicking it off at home against the St. Norbert's Green Knights at 1 o'clock right here in River Forest. And you start looking towards Naction. Conference play, the Cougars been picking up about 1 win through conference the last couple years. Other than that, though, it's been a bit of a struggle. So as you head into this year off of a very strong non-conference slate, and you're going up against St. Norbert's, who's coming off of a tough non-conference slate, played some good teams, and unfortunately, they come into their conference play 0-2. On your end, 2-0. So both of your two teams coming off of very different non-conference experiences. So how do you kind of approach that? What's your game plan for that?
Yeah, it's a brand new season. When you go from the non-conference, a lot of coaches, especially in our conference, kind of view those non-conference games as preseason almost, because it's clear that if you win our conference, you go to the playoffs, and so you can win those 2 games or lose those 2 games, and it doesn't really matter a whole lot other than just playoff seeding and whether you're hosting or going. So it's a brand new season, and I know that they're over there, the team that wears green. I don't say their names, but I know that they're eager to get back in the win column, and Coach McCarty is a fantastic coach who always prepares his guys, and we're expecting a hard-fought game, and that's just a true testament to the culture that they've built up there. And when they're in conference, there's these long storylines of spanning a couple of years where they've had our number, and they've had our number in pretty dominant fashion. So it's not about who we're playing. It's about the fact that we're starting conference play, and it's a whole new season.
Absolutely. And From the outside looking in, though, especially with this week, there's an element of you can't ignore who you're playing. You're going up against St. Norbert's, and one of the bigger stories going into that is your biggest hire of the offseason with Coach Druick is he was that St. Norbert's defensive coordinator for 3 years, led some of the top defenses in the country with that team. So is there anything going on with, your defense? How do you kind of approach that? How do you game plan around that, really, knowing that you have now a coach who's coming from the team you're going up against?
Yeah, and I think that it's a testament to just the way that he carries himself and the way he goes about his business, where he's the one who said exactly what I just told you with the previous answer. Is it's just a new opponent, and he has a great approach to it, where it's about what we do and about how we prepare and how we process and game plan. And it's about us. Yeah. They come to beat us, we come to be us. Is the common cliche coach speak of it all, but it's a nameless, faceless opponent, and that's how we're going to approach it.
Absolutely. And as you get ready to go, you work with your players, you go in. We've talked about the goals you set the last few weeks. Now you're going into conference play. The games matter more, like you talked about. What's your goal for your team this week as they go out on the field? What do you want them to achieve?
Yeah, continue to establish our identity. I think we've got a pretty good idea of who we are on offense and defense, and we're just wanting that to carry over into those games that mean a little bit more because it's conference play. So it's just going to be almost a reset of what our goals were for that first week. Score more points, prevent the opponent from scoring points, and continue to establish our identity.
Absolutely. Well, Coach, thank you for coming back this week.
Of course.
And like we talked about, Cougars back in action for some action this weekend, taking on the St. Norbert's Green Knights right here in River Forest at Concordia, Chicago at 1 o'clock this Saturday, September 20th. You'll be able to catch all of that action right here on the Cougar Sports Network and at cucougars.com. Once again, thank you for joining us. I'm Jonathan Shear with the Cougar Sports Network. Coach Hankins, thank you for joining us as well. And as always, roll Cougs. What's up, Cougar Nation, and welcome to Cougar Stadium here for the opening week of NACtion. It's the Concordia Chicago Cougars taking on the St. Norbert's Green Knights right here in River Forest to kick off conference play as these two teams look to start 1-0 in the games that really matter. And you go through the start of the season for these two squads, the Cougars 2-0 so far, St. Norbert's 0-2 through a tough non-conference slate. So these two teams, very different tales of the offseason, of the preseason. They're looking to get in a rhythm in the conference play. I'm Jonathan Shear with the Cougar Sports Network here with Adam. And Adam, as we get ready to go today, and you look over at St. Norbert's, this is a team historically very good, projected to finish second in the conference. They've had some rough games so far, but what have been some of the bright spots from that team that you're kind of looking to today?
Yeah, looking back at the past two games that they've had here, Bo Allison on defense here, leading the team in solo tackles and tackles for loss through the first two games here. Look for him to be a major impact on that defensive side for St. Norbert. And then on the other side, the offensive side of the ball, Darden, their running back there, he's gotten a slow start to the season here. Look for him to come up again in this game a lot for the St. Norbert. They're going to be pounding the rock with him and trying to get him going on the ground just to try and spark that offense and try and get something going against this tough Concordia University team.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at both of these teams, Cougars and Green Knights, a lot of turnover from last year for both these squads. These are new look teams. On St. Norbert's end, it's the offensive line that is not a new look. A lot of returners on that O-line, headlined by Lucas Tappy, preseason third-team All-American. So that's probably the strong spot of that St. Norbert's offense. Switching sides of the fields over to the Cougars. I mean, Adam, they have had a great season so far, 2 big wins, and there's been a couple players who've played a big role in that so far.
Yeah, one of them being Jerron Brown, the running back for the Cougars here. I have over 130 yards in both the games so far this year, 280 on the ground there, a touchdown in both of those games for him as well. Look for him to continue that success here against this team, especially with the ability of their quarterback on the other side. He's been throwing for well over 100 yards in both games there. Got stuck in the first one, but came back in that next game there and proceeded to, continue to be that successful leader that Cougars need.
Yeah, and you look over on the other side of the ball for CUC. New look defense, new defensive coordinator for the Cougars, Charlie Druick, who came over from St. Norbert's. We'll touch on that as we go through the game today. But a lot of freshmen on this defense for CUC, alongside some great returners and some freshmen who have been the headliners. Zach Paracchio and Caden Strohr, both of them have had great seasons so far. Paracchio, NAC Defensive Player of the Week in Week 1. Strohr had 14 solo tackles last week, a forced fumble, a tackle for loss, and currently leads all of D3 through 2 weeks in solo tackles. Strohr's had a great season. Paracchio's had a great season. The returners have had a great season. Louis Mobley, Jonathan Unks. This is a defense that's looked great so far going up against a St. Norbert's team that offensively still hasn't really established their identity yet. So, Adam, as we get ready to go here today, you look out at these two teams. They all obviously want to go 1-0 in conference. What do the Cougars have to do to break that mark? What do they have to do to take down the Green Knights today?
Yeah, and so for that one, back to the running game. Keep running the ball with them there. Well over 20 carries per game is what we're averaging, and if we can continue that success here against that smaller defense there, just got to avoid Bo Allison there as on the backside, but continue to run the ball. And then on the other side, St. Norbert has had a problem getting down the field. In their first 2 games, they were having troubles with getting pinned in their own end. Did not score a point in the second half in their first game there. Became a punting battle there. So if the Cougars do have trouble moving the ball on their end, get the ball deep, punt it back there, and let their defense go to work on stopping that Norbert offense.
Yeah, and for me, it comes down to the trenches. Obviously, for St. Norbert's, that's their strength this season on the offensive side of the ball, that offensive line. The Cougars' new look offensive line, it's been good so far. The Cougars' new look defensive front, it's been great so far. You go over to St. Norbert's, their defensive front, D-line, linebackers, it's a smaller D-line. There's not a lot of big guys there. They don't have a great physical presence. That doesn't mean they're bad. You look at that defense, you're going to see a lot of motion, a lot of stunting, a lot of disguised coverages, a lot of disguised rushers. And so that's a kind of different kind of defense than the Cougars have gone up against the last 2 weeks. So I think that's really where it's going to be. Which of these offensive lines can be the defensive pass rush, the defensive rushing defense, better than the other? They're good O-lines, they're good defenses, and that's really where it's going to come down to. Both of these teams, they love their running backs. You mentioned Darden earlier. We mentioned Jerron Brown. That's the backbone of these offenses, and it's down to the offensive line to make sure that part of the offense can get going for both of these squads. Now, as we get ready to go here today, Adam, a quick look at the history between these two squads, and not a great one for Concordia Chicago. They've played St. Norbert's 4 times since the Green Knights joined the NAC 4 years ago, and they're 0-4 so far.
Yeah, outscored 202 points to 7 in those last 4 games here. Looking to make that a huge turnaround here today. You know, one team coming in with momentum 2-0, the other one 0-2. Concordia needs to build on that momentum of their first 2 games, get into the trenches, as you were saying there, in the keys to the game, and be able to come out with that victory on the running ball side of things here. So look for them to continue that success that they've had in the first 2 games and try and beat down on a Norbert team that has been struggling to find their game in the first 2 here.
Absolutely. Cougars, they've been flipping the script on what it means for Concordia Chicago football all year so far. They'll look to continue that against the Green Knights here as we get ready for some action in River Forest. Concordia Chicago taking on St. Norbert's in just a few minutes. Hello, Cougar Nation, and welcome to River Forest. It's the Concordia Chicago Cougars taking on the St. Norbert's Green Knights in some action. It's the conference opener for these two squads as they get their conference football season underway. Captains out at the center, making the coin toss. And it looks like the Cougars win and defer. Cougars will receive. So the Cougars will start with the ball, and we'll get ready to go here at Concordia Stadium. I'm Jonathan Shear on the Cougar Sports Network here with Adam Kuhar. Adam, we get ready to go here today. We covered kind of these two teams' strengths and weaknesses. The Cougars, they've had a great season so far. The Green Knights, bit of a weird season so far for St. Norbert's. They've had some rough games against some very good teams, and with a lot of turnover on this roster, it's still an unknown just how good this team actually is going to be in NAC play.
Yeah, as you talked about it in the pregame, they have a lot of returners on one side of the ball here and a lot of new guys on the other one. So it's just about finding that one there when they find it, and for us being able to game plan against what we've seen on tape so far. Now, as you can see here on the camera, potentially it did just start raining here a little bit. Starting to get a little wet out there and coming down, so not know if that changes the game plan for both of these teams here. Can Cougars receiving the ball first, does that imply them to run the ball a little more and try and start on the ground? Or, as you had mentioned to me as well, they've been working on the passing game and seeing what they could do to get that going. So all of it up in the air right now here, and just seeing what team St. Norbert's going to come out as, and Concordia just plays their game. I think they should be all good here today.
Out to kick it off for the Green Knights is Brandon Schaefer, the hometown kid from De Pere. Back to receive for the Cougars, it's William Henson, Kevon Lawson, and Randall Bills. Cougars ready to go. Schaefer checking in with the official as looks like we're waiting on the score clock to get ready to go. Both these teams just biding their time. Looking to get going 1-0 in conference play. St. Norbert's projected to finish second in the NAC headed into the year. Cougars projected to finish 7th. Schaefer stepping to the right. Kicks up and away. It's time for some action. Bills lets it take a bounce. Will pick it up by the sideline. Tries to escape to the right. He's going to lose a couple yards as he tries to do that. Still going backwards. The officials will call forward progress at the 10. And the Green Knights pin the Cougars deep to start the day.
Yeah, not a great start on that one there for Cougars there, as they want to see him maybe take a step out of bounds on that one with the ball sitting right there. Last-minute kind of decision there, and hopefully it doesn't cost him here on the opening drive, but we'll see what Bosch can put together here and see if he can lead the team down for maybe another 90-plus yard drive.
Colton Bosch. Slow start week one, great game. Last week went 10 for 13 through the air, including a 95-yard touchdown pass. And they'll get going. Handoff to who else? Jerron Brown to get the day started. And he's not going to make it to the line of scrimmage. The reigning NAC Offensive Player of the Week is going to lose a yard on the run.
Yes, they all came crashing down there on St. Norbert. Had to know that was coming on the first play. See if we can, utilize that to our advantage going forward. If that, looks like they're all crashing in for that hard blitz on the, looks like a safety blitz on that one too.
2nd and 12 from the 8. Brown in the backfield, 2 right, 1 left. Snap, it's fumbled and picked up by the Green Knights. The Cougars, an awful start to their day, and they turn it over inside their own 5.
Yeah, it looked like it came out a little low, hit him right in the shin, and defensive lineman there for the Green Knights there picked it right up off of Bosch's leg, but have to wonder maybe if that was potentially a wet ball on that one. Not really ready. It is starting to come down here.
It is pouring, and like you mentioned, Adam, could mean we're going to see a lot of running from these two squads. St. Norbert's now starting within the 5-minute. Guzzo leading his team out there. He'll snap it, Handed off to Darden, and Darden's in! St. Norbert goes up 6-0 early. They take advantage instantly off the Cougar mistake.
Darden over 100 yards in his first 2 games, but that is his first touchdown on the season.
There's nothing much to it. Standard touchdown run through the gap to the right. And you mentioned, we were talking before the game, Adam, it's all about field position for this St. Norbert's Green Knights, and you can't get better field position than that. PAT is blocked and still through. That takes a St. Norbert's bounce. Tyler Jurgensen with a stroke of luck on that PAT, and it's 7-0 St. Norbert's.
Off the hand, off the crossbar, and 1 point more on the board.
Cougars, tough break on offense, tough break on defense. They trail 7-0 after just 48 seconds of play in River Forest.
Best news we can take out of that is that they do get the ball back here and can regroup, see what we can get off the second drive here, but cannot get much worse than that one. So,
Cougars still got the full first quarter left pretty much. Basically, they were just going to be playing a full football game with a 7-point disadvantage from the get-go. St. Norbert's an incredible start to their conference season. Cougars, they're going to have to bounce back in a big way as Schaefer lines it up and sends it off. That one's called by Henson, and he muffs it to the back of the end zone. He's able to escape the end zone. He's going to go down at the 5. And they're saying the ball's out. And the officials still going to leave it with the Cougars. So Concordia doesn't lose possession, but the return game has been rough, to say the least, for Concordia Chicago on these first 2 kickoffs. Here, just take one of mine. 1st and 10 at the 5 for Concordia. Long way to go from their own end zone. Green Knights showing blitz.
and they got him to jump.
Half the distance to the goal line. Cougars going to pin themselves even deeper. St. Norbert's defense, they're not the biggest. They use a lot of misdirection, a lot of disguised coverages, a lot of pre-snap motion, and so far it has been working like a charm against this Cougars O-line.
Yeah, rain lightening up a little bit here, so see if that affects the Bosch's decision with the ball, but starting position at the 7 on average.
Snap, handoff to Brown, trying to escape to the right. And he gets out of the end zone, but it's still a 2-yard loss. Stopped at the 1-yard line. Cougars still going backwards. And it'll be 3rd and long from just outside of their own end zone. And I mean, right now the goal is just to not avoid the safety on this play.
Yeah, 2nd down, 15 here. I think they still have one more down to go with, but don't know if that might get them any better here. So let's see.
Snap, Bosch under pressure, lets it fly behind the receiver. And it's tipped at the line. The blitz for St. Norbert's hasn't been stopped yet so far. It is slicing up the Cougars' pass protection right there. Bosch had maybe a second before he's getting hit.
And to try and avoid that blitz, you do some quick outs, you do some quick slants there, but just not on the same page with that receiver on that one. Looked like potentially Corey Randall on that.
So now it's 3rd and a mile from the 1-yard line. Cougars change the play. St. Norbert's does the same. Snap, Bosch, handoff to Brown, able to escape the end zone. He goes down at the 5. So they stop 10 yards short, and out comes the punt team for Concordia Chicago. Dennis Vanderplow pinned all the way up against the back of the end zone.
Yeah, good job by Brown there to get at least some room for your punter here. See if we can't try and pin him deep, as we were saying in the pregame there, but give him some room to work here on the backside.
St. Norbert's stacking the box. Vanderplow able to get it away. And that takes a friendly bounce. It'll stop at the 48. So good field position for St. Norbert's to start their second drive of the day. The Cougars still at a net negative on offensive yards gained through 2 drives. And we'll see that Concordia Chicago defense for the second time today. First time we've seen them outside of the red zone.
Yeah, we'll see what they draw up here from the middle of the field, you know. I've only seen that one play there. See if they go right back to the run here on first down.
Maneguzzo. Call in from the sideline.
Concordia showing a 5th rusher here.
High snap. Maneguzzo brings it down. He's going to run it himself. Not going to get to the line of scrimmage. The Cougars defensive front makes the QB pay for a mistake. That Cougars defensive line has been stellar all season long. And it's the defenses that are the storyline going into today's game. Charlie Druick in the offseason switching sides. The former defensive coordinator from St. Norbert's coming over to be the defensive coordinator at Concordia Chicago. St. Norbert's flips the play. High snap again. This one's handed off to Darden. Not going to make it anywhere close to the line of scrimmage. The Cougars break through the offensive line again, and it's going to be 3rd and long.
Yeah, Paracchio there breaking through the line there. First one on the running back there, and that's 2 in a row from Concordia, getting through the line and stopping that run before it even gets going.
So both of these teams outside of the 1 touchdown rush from 4 yards out for St. Norbert's, struggling to really do anything. Struggling to get past the line of scrimmage.
Official timeout here. Sending a player off the field.
That looks like
Shearer, number 9, subs in for the Cougars.
Shearer into the defensive front. 3rd and 16. Maneguzzo snaps, looking deep, throws it short, gets it to Darden on the check down. Darden able to get to the line of scrimmage and a couple yards. That's not going to be enough. And the Green Knights are going to have to punt it off.
Yeah, all D-line on that drive for Concordia. Stopped them before it even got going, and then even there on the pass play, able just 2 of them standing there to sneak out or sniff out that screen pass.
After that play, St. Norbert's back into the offense, back into the positives on yards gained, with 1 yard gained total now. 4th and 15, out to punt it away is Mason Levaque. Back to receive for the Cougars is Lawson and Henson. Henson dropped the kickoff on his last return attempt. That's a short punt. And it takes a very friendly bounce. Henson falls on it at the 10. The Cougars pinned deep again as Colton Bosch will lead his offense back out onto the field. We got a 7-0 game through about 5 minutes here in River Forest, and so far these offenses struggling to do much of anything. 0 yards for St. Norbert's gained, -3 for the Cougars, but the Cougars have made the mistake, and it's the Green Knights who are able to capitalize on it to give them the advantage of what's been a defensive duel so far.
Yeah, like I said before, and that just bumps their average up to the 8-yard line for starting position, but not much different than before.
Bosch hit as he throws, and it's not going to make it to the target, Corey Randall. So it'll be 2nd and 10. Yeah. And that's going to be what the Cougars offense is going to have to do. They've got to drop some quick pass plays, stuff you can bring up to beat the blitz, because your offensive line is struggling to match up against that St. Norbert's blitz right now.
It looks like they're bringing in a tight end there to try and give him some type of protection there. We'll see if they send him out on a route or keep him in the block.
There's a snap again, hand off to Brown. And he's going to turn the legs to pick up a yard. It'll be 3rd and 9 from about the 11 for Concordia. Cougars need a bigger gain than they've had all day.
Well, they took the bigger package off. Only 5 linemen out there now. See if he has enough time.
Snap, Bosch rolling out to the right. Lets it fly, looking for Martinez. And the Cougars draw the pass interference. The ball was picked off. The play's still live. Finally brought down was Sean Giles, who picked it off, but that play is going to come back, and the Cougars should get a first down.
Yep, as you were saying, Jonathan there worked out nicely for him, threw it up, gave his receiver a chance, and, well, it was picked off. Still going to end up in a first down for the Cougars here.
Yeah, into triple coverage, and didn't catch who it was, but one of those St. Norbert's defenders just getting there a bit too early, wrapping up Martinez at the waist before the ball gets there, and that's the break the Cougars are looking for. They have 1st and 10 at the 25 now. There's that pre-snap motion for St. Norbert's. Hand off to Brown, headed out to the far side, tripped up, and he falls forward for a 1-yard gain.
I like that, though. Trying to run him to the outside. All they've gone is up the middle here so far, so trying to create some new plays, create some new running room for Brown as he decides to check out after that one.
2nd and 8. Henson back into the game. 3 right, 1 left for Bosch. Stacked box again for the Green Knights. Snap, Bosch rolling out to the right. A lot of time, lets it fly out of bounds. Now you can tell the play call is coming into Bosch. It's scripted for him to just start escaping the pocket before the defenders even break through. The St. Norbert's pass rush has been automatic so far.
Yeah, there's been at least one free rusher on every play that's been untouched, and looks like it's been coming from the left. He's rolling out to the right for that one, so on his better side for throwing it across his body, but see if they can try to connect here and try and get something going.
3rd and 8. Same formation, but Brown in the backfield. Snap, 4 rushers. Bosch lets it fly, looking for Martinez deep, and it's out of bounds. Overthrown. Now make it 4th down, and the punt team comes back out onto the field.
Yeah, that seems to be his miss here early, is that overthrow. You'd think with a potentially a little wet ball it might be a little different, but he's got the gunslinger to get it there. See if we can't tone that down a little bit and get it right into that receiver's arms on that one.
And so the problem here for Concordia Chicago, and they're going to call a timeout to resolve it. Matt Godar lost his helmet on that last play. Godar, center, the starting center for Concordia Chicago, also the starting long snapper. What he came to this school to be, lost the helmet, wasn't going to be able to play that next offensive snap, so Coach Hankins going to call the timeout so that Matt Godar can get back out on the field for that next play.
Yeah, smart thinking there by the Concordia team. So I wouldn't want to end up with that worst position here yet again, so see if we can't get that in the arms of the punter and, as we were saying, get him down and have him start past the 50-yard line.
Last punt, Dennis Vanderplow sent it off for 43 yards. That's 4th and 8. The Green Knights stacking the rush again. Vanderplow able to get it away. That'll go down. Makes another friendly pass. Rushing pickup from the returner, Zach Petzel, and he's brought down at the 45. Petzel trying to be aggressive. Worked out, got him 5 extra yards. And that's where the Green Knights will head out onto the field. St. Norbert's ended up in the negative on their last offensive possession. They're going to look to get things going from their own side of the field now.
Yeah, turn it into a little bit of a defensive battle here early. See if it can't stop them in their tracks here. It's another 3 and out for that Cougars defense.
First and 10 at the 41. Maniguzo, a couple false snaps. Now looking over to the sideline. Maniguzo hands it off to Darden, who's able to break through and break free. Darden all the way to the Cougars 37, a big 20-yard rush. And they're back into Concordia territory.
Yeah, can only contain him for so long. He's got powerful legs and is just able to break through that right side of the defense there.
Snap. Maniguzo looking deep to the right. Incomplete. Looking for Theo, and it'll draw the flag. It looks like it'll be DPI on Concordia Chicago. And we'll have another big gain coming up for St. Norbert's.
Yeah, right after the run, go play action and take a shot there, and pays off for that Green Knights offense. They didn't get the completion, but got the 15 yards anyway.
Aiden Hatchett tagged with the penalty. So now St. Norbert's knocking on the door of the red zone. First and 10 at the 23. 3 receivers left. Darden in the backfield. Here's a high snap. Maniguzo looking to the left. Screens it over to Darden. And Darden's not going to make it to the line of scrimmage. Another tackle for loss for Concordia Chicago.
Yeah, great play by there, Astora. Had him one-on-one in the backfield there. Able to stop him up and wait for some teammates to get there to help, but huge play by him to not allow him to get his feet going there.
Second and 13 now. Snap. Maniguzo rolling out to the right. Looking deep. Lets it fly. Caught on the sideline. Leaping grab for Bailey Terren. That's going to make it first and goal for St. Norbert's.
What a catch. He went up and got that one there. Thought the defender might be able to get to him in time, but as I say, he had a good positioning on it. Just a perfectly placed ball there by Ora.
Just 8 yards to go to the end zone for the Green Knights. Snap. Maniguzo hands it off to Darden. Tripped up and brought down at the 5 for a short gain.
And there's Stower again, being the first one to the ball. It seems to be a trend here for him. Yeah, leading the team by almost double in total tackles for Stower here through the first 2 games.
Second and short to go. Snap. Maniguzo fakes the handoff, rolls left, lets it fly short. And great coverage from Michael Harris to wrap up and bring down the tight end, Joey Weber. No gain on the play for St. Norbert's. Third and 4 now. Snap. Looking to the right. Goal line fade. And it's going to draw the pass interference on Jonathan Unks in the end zone.
I don't know. That ball didn't seem like it was catchable, but
I mean, there's a gray area there where Bailey Terren's playing into the contact within those first 5 yards. You are at the 4-yard line, but they're able to draw the flag. That's what you're looking for the goal line fade. Touchdown or penalty. And now it's 1st and goal with just 2 yards out to go. Snap, handoff to Darden, up the middle, and falling forward into the end zone. Touchdown, Green Knights, Will Darden, his 2nd of the day, and it makes it double digits for the Green Knights.
Yeah, hard to fault him on that penalty there, but you know the yards are going to add up. Just letting him walk down the field like that, and Darden from 2 yards out, not going to miss on that one again.
Jurgensen back out for the PAT. Up. And it is good. Flags out likely for an offsides on Concordia Chicago, which is going to be easily declined by Dan McCarty. And it's a 14-0 game. St. Norbert's coming out strong through the first 10 minutes here in River Forest. St. Norbert's finally getting some offensive production. Now 41 yards gained total offensively. Cougars offense, though, get ready.
Yeah, Chase
Okay. Welcome back to River Forest here on the Cougar Sports Network. The lightning delay is over. The teams are out of locker rooms and back out on the fields to get going with 5 minutes left in the first quarter of today's NAC opener. The Green Knights lead the Cougars 14-0, and they're kicking it off after the last play before the weather delay was a touchdown. And that'll be fair caught down inside the 5 by Kevon Lawson. And that's where the Cougars will bring it out. Concordia Chicago electing to start at the 25, and that is a smart decision as this team has struggled in the return game so far today. Best starting field position Concordia will have on any of their drives so far, and it's a 25-yard line. This team still in the negatives on total offense. -1 yards gained through the air. Colton Bosch 0 for 4 on passing attempts. On the ground, Jerron Brown just 2 yards gained on 5 carries. 1st and 10 at the 25 for Concordia Chicago. Here's the snap, and they'll hand it off to Brown, and again, Brown going nowhere. Brought down at the 23, and that's been the struggle for Jerron Brown today. He gets the handoff, and he's got 2 or 3 people on him making the tackle before he can even get to the line of scrimmage. A little bit of a personnel change for the Cougars. Going with a empty set, 3 right, 2 left. There's all that motion from the St. Norbert's defense. There's the snap for rushers. Bosch looking to the right, pass caught. And it'll be a 3-yard gain for Corey Randall. Gets the Cougars back within 10 of the first down. Now 3rd and 9 to go for CUC.
Yeah, nice completion there. Way to get your feet, excuse me, under you. Whoa. Ooh, way to get your feet under you. We'll give you a minute there, Adam, to get some water. It's 3rd and 9 for the Cougars. 4 left, 1 right. Snap, Bosch has some time. Lets it fly to Randall, who makes the catch on the sideline and is out at the 31. And it's not enough for the first down. Leaves it at 4th and 4. Yeah, sorry about that. A little technical difficulty there. Yeah, way to get his feet down in that one, and coming out in a no-back set there, knowing that he's going to throw and still being able to get that throw off is a good improvement there from what we saw previous. Ooh, still going.
On 4th down, Dennis Vanderplow will head out to punt once again. Back to receive again is Christian Nabong. And he'll receive at the 41. Brought down immediately by Darius Mays. Good track down from the Cougars to pin St. Norbert's at the 36, and that's where Michael Meneguzzo will lead his offense back out onto the field. Last time out on offense, St. Norbert's just marched all the way down to the end zone. Cougars let up some big plays, ended up beating themselves with penalties. And they're going to hope to hold this game at a 2-touchdown difference as Meneguzzo's offense comes back out. 3:16 left in the first quarter.
Penalty causing something?
Some penalty. We missed what the call was. But looks like it was holding on Darius Mays. It'll start 1st and 10. Now at the 46 for Meneguzzo. He'll take the snap, hand back to Darden. Darden able to get past the line of scrimmage. He'll be knocked out of bounds at the 50 for a 4-yard gain.
Yeah, basically a mini halftime there. Seeing, it was good to see him come out on that first drive for Concordia there, get some feet under them there. But now they got to get back to defense and hoping that front line can still be going there after, say a nice little rest there for them.
2nd and 7, 2 receivers to the right for Meneguzzo. Man in motion, snap, looking right, screened over to Turan. Turan wrapped up and brought down on the perimeter. Damian Givens. It's not Damian Givens, it's Hagen Washer operating out on the perimeter, who makes the tackle. What a big play to wrap up the biggest receiver on this offense.
Kept him from getting the first down, force a third here, see if they can get a stop.
3rd and 4, snap, Meneguzzo looking left, lets it fly! That's caught at the 15, big play! Bailey Turan, another massive gain. And it brings the Green Knights into the red zone.
Yeah, Concordia brought the rush on that one, brought 2 extra pass rushers on there. Nicely read by Meneguzzo and finds his open guy. Good adjustment there from, it looks like, Bailey Turan on that one to get out there and readjust his route for that pass.
1st and 10 now from 12 out. There's the snap. Meneguzzo hands it off to Darden up the middle. Has some space. Turn into the left. Falling forward. Stopped short at the 1-yard line. There's a flag out on the play.
In the backfield there. See if that gets called back on him. Or I didn't see anything Concordia rise in the backfield, but see what the refs have to say.
Another mistake. Killing the Cougars. Got the offensive holding penalty against St. Norbert's. Offset by a face mask. So we'll redo 1st and 10 from 12 yards out. Same formation. Snap. Keeper by Meneguzzo. Rolling out to the right. Lets it fly. 2 out in front of the target, Hunter Thiel.
A good defense there by Jordan Lacey on that one. He had him beat. He running the route for him there. Just reached his hand out. Nice deflection. Set up a 2nd down here.
Second and 10 from the 12. Three right, snap. Meneguzzo immediately rolls out, lets it fly for the end zone. Caught in the back of the end zone. Touchdown, caught by number 83.
Looks like Nick White on the catch there for the Green Knights.
Nick White, first touchdown catch of his career, the freshman in his homecoming game. Hometown of Chicago picks up his first career touchdown, makes it a 20-point game. Jurgensen splits the uprights again, 21-0. As St. Norbert slices up the Concordia Chicago secondary to pick up another touchdown.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed about St. Norbert's here is that they do like to stack those wide receivers. I'm not sure if it's just in the red zone here, but they have no wide receivers on the left side there. They'll rotate them left or right, but they like to keep a heavy set on one side, typically the side that Meneguzzo's rolling out to, and it's worked out for him a few times here.
Yeah, this Cougars defense just looks a step behind the offensive game plan from Dan McCarty's squad from Green Bay. It's a step behind the receivers, step behind the running back, and now a bit more than a step behind on the scoreboard. 21-0 deficit for Concordia Chicago.
And you can't score 21 points in one drive here, so it starts small. You know, start chipping away at it, get back in there. Don't let it get out of hand. Still within reach here, not even done with the first quarter. So some positive mindset there, and see what we can get going here after the break. First Concordia.
That kickoff will get in the end zone. Another touchback for the Cougars. And you talk about starting small. Last drive for Concordia Chicago, 4 yards away from first down is the closest they've gotten all day. And you get a couple completions from Colton Bosch in the process of doing that as well. And that's kind of what the Cougars really did need. You don't get the first down, but you get some sort of offense production. Bosch has struggled. He's been under a lot of pressure all day. Haven't been able to hit the open receivers. Your running game out of the backfield has been getting swamped before they even get past the line of scrimmage. So you get a little production, and you're going to try and build on that now. 1st and 10 from the 25 again. Jerron Brown back into the backfield. 2 receivers to either side. There's the snap. Handoff to Brown. Bouncing, looking for a gap. Not going to find it. Again, brought down for a loss.
And once again, only 5 linemen up there. Put 4 out wide, and I say still just trying to beat that that quick Green Knights defense there, but they have that box stacked up, and say somebody got to figure something to do, get past that first 3 yards.
2nd and 11 now from the 24. 3 left, 1 right. Brown still in the backfield. Green Knights show blitz. Snap. Bosch lets it fly deep. Looking for Randall. Incomplete. Nearly brought it in against the back of Alex Carter and just couldn't keep it in his hands.
That was almost highlight reel there. You've seen only a few of those ever, and if he could have secured that against the back, but great attempt from him there. Brings up 2nd down, but I like that play. They blocked Jerron Brown in there, at least brought in another blocker for that. Didn't send him out on a route and gave Bosch a little bit of time to try and find somebody downfield.
3rd and 11 now. Empty set. 3 left, 1 right. Here's the low snap. Bosch under pressure, lets it out quickly, and it's fumbled. Football's lost. Here goes St. Norbert's on the return. Past the 25-10. It's a scoop and score for Corey Burton. Randall Bills, his first reception of the game, and it gets peanut punched.
That was the best looking play that they've come up with there. A nice little quick in route from the receiver, and had the first down if he could have just pushed for it. But wow, what a turn of events there in the span of seconds.
Jurgensen immediately out for the PAT. Up and good. It's 28-0 as we're within 10 seconds of the end of the quarter. First quarter, St. Norbert's dominating so far. And the biggest difference, they have been capitalizing on those mistakes from the Cougars. 2 fumbles so far, both of them turning into a touchdown within a few seconds.
Yeah, I say hard to fault anybody. I say Bosch or anybody on that one. You know, it's just a fluke play there. Hard to see, if the weather still caused any problems, if those balls are still wet from the ground. But they gotta hold on to that and get the first down there. At least go down and have yourself a chance for a 4th on that play.
This Cougars offense will reconvene on the sideline and get ready to go back to work. Schaefer out for another kickoff. He has seen a lot of work so far. His 5th time kicking off today in just the first quarter. Back to receive again for CUC is Lawson. And that'll go to Lawson. He'll let it go over his head and into the end zone. Wisely taking the touchback again. So we'll head back out at the 25. Concordia, Chicago, and Colton Bosch getting ready to head out onto the field. Get 1, maybe 2 plays left in the first quarter. And the Cougars back in the positives for offensive gains, which got over that hurdle now. Still looking to pick up their first down on the field today.
And on the Green Knights side, this is the most points that they've scored in any quarter, much less any game so far here. Highest being 21 points put up against Wabash in the first game. So
Bosch immediately to the left. Lawson trying to break free, spinning down to the 33-yard line. 8-yard gain on the screen. That'll make it 2nd and 2 as we get ready for quarter number 2. We get out of the first quarter, and it is all Green Knights, a 28-0 lead for St. Norbert's. As we head into the second quarter, we'll take a break here on the Cougar Sports Network. We'll be back in just a minute for more Cougar football. Second quarter here between the Cougars and the Green Knights. It's 2nd and 2 from their own 33. Bosch takes the snap. Time looking deep for Martinez, and it's caught! Jackson Martinez, a 40-yard grab brought down at St. Norbert's 29.
yeah, it was great from Bosch. He was eyeing down the running back out of the backfield there. Saw the seam route go up there, and a good adjustment for him there. Good look away for him there and try and throw the defense off. Got him nice there with a nice lob pass.
1st and 10 now from the Green Knights 29. Snap, Bosch dropping back. Lets that fly up the middle. That is caught, and it's a touchdown. Kevon Lawson on the dig. And the Cougars get on the board, a 29-yard strike.
Who is this team? That's a different team than we saw about 2 seconds ago. That is phenomenal. What great 2 plays there. Bosch leading them both times, and can't say anything better than that out of the quarterback there.
Out for his first appearance of the day is Diego Marquez, and he splits the uprights for the good PAT. And the Cougars on the board with 7. I mean, we're just talking about it between the quarters. The offense just can't seem to get anything working. You come out, you ambush, deep pass, 2 plays, 70 yards and a touchdown for Concordia Chicago.
Yeah, I say that is phenomenal. It's a completely different look than they just were. They threw Jerron out right, had a 5-wide set, as you were just saying at the break. The only thing that's really working for him, and twice in a row there, 2 absolute beautiful balls from the junior.
And it is, I mean, you can tell this Green Knights defense, they have prepared for Jerron Brown. They figured out how to stop Jerron Brown, and it has been working like a charm. So the Cougars, they found a way to operate an offense that doesn't have Jerron Brown in it, which is something that they really haven't done at all this season. And it finally works in quarter number 2, out to kick off for the first time today.
Yeah, you almost needed that as well, because now you have the threat of doing that again, but now you can also work back in Jerron Brown, see where he can get going there with the threat of that deep ball.
Vincent Pagenkopf out to kick off for the first time today. Back to receive for the first time today for St. Norbert's is Adam Westberg. At kickoff to the right Caught around the 10, and here we go. St. Norbert's trying to pick up a big return. Brought down at the 27 is Zach Petzel. So Michael Meneguzzo will lead his offense back out onto the field. He's got a 21-point lead behind his back.
And if you're St. Norbert here, what do you come out with after that one? You know, you just got stopped. Not stopped, you just scored, but they scored back here. This is the farthest starting position that they have had in the game here. So interesting to see what their full field play looks like here, and we'll get a taste of that here coming up.
Turan in motion, snap, looking for Turan, passes up, and that is caught at the 49. Bailey Turan beats the defender and brings in a nice falling grab.
Again, what an adjustment from him there, noticing where the ball is going to be. Defender got there, got his hands up, but Turan just showing that skill and that elite outside receiver there going up and getting it.
Turan now up to 74 yards receiving on just 3 catches. 1st and 10 at the 49. Stacked box for St. Norbert's. 1 receiver to either side. Darden lined up behind Meneguzzo. There's the snap. Meneguzzo looking deep to the left. Looking for Thiel. Slapped down by Jonathan Unks. And that's what you're looking for from this Cougars secondary. Meneguzzo, these balls have either been slightly underthrown or slightly overthrown. And that's the first time we've seen the Cougars defense just focus on getting in front of the ball and knocking it down on these underthrown balls.
Yeah, most of the time they've been just about getting there as the ball's been getting there as well. He had the time there with that underthrown ball to turn his head, nicely avoiding a penalty on that one as well.
2nd and 10 now from the 49. Back-to-back deep passes. We'll see where the Green Knights go now. Snap. They're going to go to Darden up the middle. And he's going to break a couple tackles for a 3-yard gain to the 48.
Whew, I thought they had him in the backfield there. That looked gross, and then he just powered through him there, got to the second line, but good stop from those secondary linebackers in there for the Cougars.
Sets up 3rd and 7 for the Green Knights. Darden's off the field. Into the backfield is Jacob McVeigh. Three receivers left. No one to the right. There's that stacked set. Snap. Meneguzzo looking to the left. Lets it fly. He's looking for. Nearly picked off on the far side by Damian Givens. Was looking for number 83.
He tracked
Nick
that
White.
all the way. Yeah, he was running the route for him there. Almost looked like the wide receiver.
Dropped interception. But it's going to force a change of possession either way. Out to punt is St. Norbert's and the punter, Mason Lavake. Back to receive is Bills and Lawson. That'll go to Lawson. He'll make the catch, trying to escape to the sideline, brought down at the 15. Cougars, that's where they'll start. Colton Bosch leading his offense back out onto the field. And in the second quarter, Bosch is hot. Two plays, 2 passes, 2 deep balls, and a touchdown.
Yeah, see if we can keep that going here. Like I said, got to try and work Jerron Brown in there. They're going to be thinking pass, potentially see if we can get a little combination offense going here. But I like what I'm seeing. Still not the best starting place here, but out of their own end zone, give it a chance here and see what Bosch can do.
Stacked receivers on the near side. Bosch in the backfield to the right of Brown. Brown, handoff, trying to fight his way up the middle, and he'll pick up a yard. So Jerron Brown gets something with that rush, and he'll set up 2nd and 9.
Yeah, still can't seem to get it going there with the 4 wide receiver set. Maybe try and work something in there to give him some extra blockers, but he is the guy that you want to get going here, especially if you're going to keep trying those deep balls.
2nd and 9 now.
Empty set.
Snap, Bosch dropping back, has time, under pressure, nowhere to go. And he's brought down at the 6-yard line. The pocket just collapsing from every side.
And that one came more pressure from the right side there. So as you're saying, that defensive maneuvering, they move around that pre-snap, loaded up Carson Bosch's right side on that one. And say it just, as you said, the whole thing collapsed on it there. But
so now it's an empty set again. 3rd and long for Bosch. Looking to go deep. Snap, Bosch dropping back. Now he's under pressure, rolling out. And it's picked off! And it's a pick 6. Peyton Ponteras makes the play. Randall Bills responsible for another turnover. And you can see his frustration on the sideline. Cougars down 34-7.
Wow, that's crazy. Can't even blame Bosch on that one. Put it right in his hands, and that close to the end zone. No protection over there for a guy who picks it off and turns it into 6.
Jurgensen will split the uprights to make it a 35-7 game. And Concordia, Chicago, it's the mistakes killing the Cougars. 2 fumbles and an interception, and all of those pretty much immediate points. One of those fumbles within 5 yards of the end zone. I mean,
yeah, 21 of those 35 all coming off of those turnovers. Every single turnover drive has led 2 points for Concordia, all in the form of touchdowns as well. So,
yeah, the Cougars struggling to play clean football through the first 20 minutes of the game. And, I mean, you look over here, that story, one of the storylines was how can St. Norbert's, what are we going to see out of them? They lose their defensive coordinator in Charlie Druk. He's with the Cougars now. It's a defensive battle, defensive storylines. And, I mean, 21 of these points really scored without having to go up against that defense.
Yeah, you are correct. It'd be a 14-7 game right now. Cougars would still be in it. So even with that interception, still just a 2-possession game, but hurting themselves right up at their end zone as well. Not even getting down the field and being able to, so sort of give them that ball down farther. It's all being right at that end zone.
Schaefer sends that away. Fair catch made at the 10. Cougars will start at the 25. Colton Bosch going to bring his offense back out onto the field with 11:11 to go in the half. And offensively, the Cougars now 82 total yards gained, 119 yards gained for St. Norbert's. Penalties, not too bad for the Cougars, but it's those turnovers. 3-0 turnover margin, 21 points off turnovers for the Green Knights. And we're straight out to an empty set. Stacked receivers to the left, 3 out to the right. There's a snap. Bosch trying to go somewhere. Pocket collapses and just gets it away in front of Corey Randall. And you can kind of tell the pass rush adjustment that St. Norbert's has made. They're taking slightly longer to get to Bosch now. It's because they're trying to work around the back. Bosch kept rolling out, extending the play to the side. They're removing that option now from Colton Bosch, and he's forced to stay in the pocket and get rid of it.
Yeah, they're using that kind of contain method there. The only ability for him to go really straight up in the pocket like he is now.
QB draw for Colton Bosch. And he'll pick up 3 as he lowers the helmet and barrels forward. That'll set up 3rd and 7 for Concordia. And you see a pair of substitutions. Drawn Brown coming back into the game for Concordia. Cougars running trips to the right, 1 man to the left, and Corey Randall. Brown to the left of Bosch in the backfield. And a whistle is blown. Timeout called by St. Norbert. So the Green Knights take their first timeout of the day. We'll take a timeout here on the Cougar Sports Network. We'll be back in just a minute for more Cougar football. And we're back on the Cougar Sports Network. 3rd and 7. Cougars trips right, 1 left. Brown in the backfield, same formation as before the timeout. They're going to send Brown in motion. Squad of 4. Bosch, snap, lets it fly deep for Randall. Catch is made at the 30, brought down at the 26.
Man, it's like night and day with this team here. 1 second you're like, I don't even know if they're going to get the first down, and then they're down the field at the 20. Within the red zone here, scoring, I'll say 28 now. But what a throw from Bosch. He's really turned it on here in the second quarter.
Coach Hangens with that play call, just unashamed, setting up the ISO on the left side with Randall, and a perfectly timed ball from Colton Bosch. Sets up 1st and 10 at the 26. Brown up the middle. Biggest gain of the day for Jerron Brown. He's down at the 21.
Yeah, gets him into positive yards, too. 8 rushes for 0 yards coming into that one there. Glad to see him getting some positive momentum, and hey, hopefully this one can keep carrying for him. So
it'll be 2nd and 4 at the 21 for CUC. They'll keep Brown out in the backfield. Randall to the left, 3 receivers to the right. Snap, Bosch looking right. Caught on the sideline for a 1st down. That's Manuel Mendoza picking it up. And the Cougars into the red zone for the first time today.
I like that. You saw the hesitation from Bosch, saw the defender there, set his feet and made a nice throw to get it over him, get the 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 14. You see now that the Cougars have started to get some momentum, they're keeping Brown in the backfield. They're keeping that running option. 2 to either side. Snap, hand off to Brown, looking for a gap to the right, and he doesn't find one. So it'll be 2nd and 10.
5 Green Knights just converged on that one hole there. That is some good defense from them there, getting off their wide receivers and stopping them there for a minimal gain.
1st and 10. 2nd and 10 after the 1st down stop. And it'll be the same formation. Mendoza and Lawson to the right. Martinez and Randall to the left. Brown in the backfield. Lawson in motion again. Snap. Bosch straight up the middle for Martinez. Slips free for the touchdown. How about that misdirection on the play design?
Yeah, the exact same play run before with the pre-snap motion. This time Carson keeps it. Go ahead and nice little slant to him there, and a beautifully drawn up play there by the Cougs.
Cougars crack double digits. Marquez out for the PAT. It's good. 14 points on the board for the Cougars. They trail by 21, but you've already gotten, that latent part of your head beaten. You've scored more points against St. Norbert's than you ever have in school history, which is only a 4-year history, but still, this is, and Chase Hankins talked about it going into the game, this is a St. Norbert's team that has had the Cougars' number ever since they've been playing. And, the story doesn't look too different so far. Still very much going in the Green Knights' favor, but it's better than it's ever been so far for CUC.
Yeah, can't complain about that one here. Scored double the points that you've ever scored against them here, and showing what you can do against this St. Norbert, one that's had your number for the past 4 years. So, like I said in the pregame, hoping to be at a turning point for this organization against this team and continue that success going into the rest of this game and in the next few years as well.
Out for the kickoff, Pagenkopf back to receive is St. Norbert's.
And you'd like to say that, they like to see the defense do the job, but they have been, so as they keep doing that job there, say no slips in the cracks there, or else to say that not afford to give up more points here and still be able to come back from this one.
McVane on the far side, clotheslined at the 22 by Keon Lawson.
He went
Actually,
from about...
Oh, shoot, that's Randall Bills.
There we go. Coming back on the special team side for him there.
You get some frustration out with that hit.
Took him from about 14 miles an hour to 0 in a span of one arm. That was great play from him, keeping him there. Again, nice starting position here for the Cougs and their defense.
Meneguzzo working from the 23. Cougars change up the formation, show blitz. Meneguzzo pulls up and looks over to the sideline. Snap, Cougars rush 4. McVane finds a hole up the middle. He's brought down after getting enough for the first down. It's at the 37-yard line.
And once again, see that St. Norbert offense. They got 6 guys on the line, only 5 there for the Cougars at that point in time. And just run the ball right down their throats there. 6 beats 5, and see if that defensive line can penetrate that 6-man wall that they've got there.
One receiver to either side. Meneguzzo looking back over to the sideline. Snap, Meneguzzo turning, fake handoff. Now he's just going to run it to the right, trying to find a gap. Brought down at the reach at the 41, 42-ish yard line.
Yeah, trick play, broken play, one of the two, but turned the wrong way, and Darden was not where he expected him to be. Way to get some yards out of it there for Meneguzzo.
It'll be 2nd and 6 at the 42. Again, 2 wide out set. Tight ends in motion. Snap, handoff to Darden, looking for a gap to the left side, tries to jump over the rush D, and he picks up maybe half a yard. It's going to be 3rd down and halfway to go.
Yeah, I like that they're selling out for that run there. You've proved that you can hang with them on the deep ball. You can adjust for it if they do that play action, but got to stop that inside run there as they've been running it down the field so far. So look for that deep ball coming up here, but I like that they're stacking the box and preventing that from getting there. Nice, easy way.
3rd and about 5.5 to go. 2 receivers to the right, 3 receivers to the right, no one to the left. Darden to the right in the backfield. Snap, free play, and it's going to be more than a free play, more than 5 yards for St. Norbert's. Catch made by Terren at the 45.
Yeah, 2 players a little slow to get up there. Not sure if they caught each other badly, but Terren's going off for now. Hope he's okay. Concordia player down over there as well. That one looked to be Corey Burton.
So these teams will head off to the sidelines, catch a breather. And, I think the call came in for that offsides, obviously declined on the part of St. Norbert's. He got the first down. So the Green Knights slowly marching down the field, slowly working their way into Cougar territory.
Yeah, for as much time as the Cougars are saving on offense with their quick plays here, it's being run out by this drive at least right now for St. Norbert. So they're using all 3 plays of the downs, and free play on that one allowed him to go for it.
Aiden Hatchett ends up being the player on the ground. He's able to get off jogging under his own power. The officials calling for St. Norbert's to come back out.
Yeah, wrong team on that one there. Corey Burton for the Green Knights on that one. You are correct. Aiden Hatchett, glad to see he was able to get up and walk off under his own power. So
1st and 10 at the 45 for St. Norbert's. 2 right, no one to the left. Adjustment coming in from the sideline for Maneguzzo. Snap, handoff to Darden. And he's going to churn his feet, fighting through the contact for a 5-yard pickup.
And he slowly started getting going here as well. Not using too much of the running backs on the pass game here, but and he's getting 3 or 4 or 5 yards every single time he's going down on this drive. So
2nd and 5 now at the 40. Maneguzzo wants some help from the sideline. Here's a snap. Hand off to Darden up the middle. This time he's going to be stopped at the line of scrimmage.
And that's the collapse you like to see from the Concordia there. Way to get to the ball carrier. No gain on that one.
Looks like they'll give him a yard. So they'll set up 3rd and 4 at the 39.
Forward progress carried him a little here, but huge 3rd down. Well out of field goal range for St. Norbert, so would force them into a 4th and decision with a big stop here.
3 receivers set, 2 right, 1 left. Snap, Maneguzzo. Was going to look to the right. Cougars call a timeout.
It looked like some malfunction there on defense. Eric Green was trying to get off. He stopped, and timeout called before any penalty could have come through. That would have given him an automatic 1st down as well. So some good coaching call there, and a way to save the team from a small error on that exchange side.
It'll be 3rd and 4 out of the timeout. Concordia, Chicago. If you can get a stop here, turn around and get a touchdown before the 2nd half, that puts you within 14. That's very much reachable in a 2nd half game. But that's a big if right now. 3rd and 4 for the Green Knights. And so far in this drive, it's been short gain, short gain, short gain, 4 or 5 yards every play. And that's exactly what they need right here.
Yeah, Concordia received the ball to start the game, so they're not going to get it back to start the 2nd half. One more downside for them going into this half, and something to think about if you're, say, Coach Hankins.
2 right, 1 left. Darden in the backfield. Maneguzzo looking to the right, looking middle. Incomplete, nearly picked off by the Cougars linebackers. And just an errant throw from Maneguzzo. And it's going to set up 4th and 4. Offense shows no signs of headed off the field.
Yeah, you say 4th and decision there now coming up, and it looks like they're keeping him on there. Could potentially dry him off there. They have had some success with that one on that so far, but big play here for the Cougars. Need a stop now.
3 right. Darden in the backfield. Snap. Maneguzzo rolling right. He's going to keep it, and he's going to get the 1st down. No one watching the QB. And it's going to be 1st and 10 at the 33.
Wow, you have everything else bottled up, and they just managed to find that little seam there on that side. Looked like man coverage, and nobody accounted for Maneguzzo out of the backfield.
1st and 10 at the 33, 3:18 to go in the half. Both these teams going to adjust their play calls. Snap, hand off to Darden, cutting towards the gap on the right, and he's brought down after the 3-yard gain.
And that's where that tip ball begins to mean a little more there. That double deflection could have come down with that and stopped the drive there, but this Green Knights team, resilient in that sense, gets the 1st and burning more clock on the ground here, just running it down on the Cougars.
2nd and 7. Another play call adjustment from the sideline. Snap, Maneguzzo, hand off to Darden. Darden can't find a gap and just dives forward for a 2-yard gain.
Yeah, it looked like he found the gap. I'm not sure if he might have slipped trying to get into it, but nonetheless, still a few-yard gain on it. Another big 3rd down coming up here. potentially in field goal range for their kicker.
Jorgensen 1 for 1 on field goal attempts this year. Last year, though, rougher year for Jorgensen, was about 50% on field goal tries. As that brings us to the 2-minute warning. We'll take a break down on the field. We'll take a break up here at the Cougar Sports Center. We'll be back. It's 3rd and 5 when we come back on the Cougar Sports Network. Third and 5. Within the 30-yard line. Turan in motion, snap. They're looking to Turan. It's caught, but it's not going to be a first down. Brought down at the 25. Inbounds, clock stays running.
And no movement from the Green Knights here. Offense staying on the field.
We got a 4th and 2 try for St. Norbert's. Cougs defense would love to break through the line of scrimmage and get that tackle for loss here. And coming back out into the game, you have Hunter Thiel. He's the only receiver out to the right. Snap, handoff, dart in, left side gap, gets the first down. You want to talk about how to drain a clock. 4 down sets of downs. I mean, running every one of them. St. Norbert's, they are bringing this half all the way to the close.
Yeah, started with about 7 minutes left here, and down to just over a minute on this one. First down after that 4th conversion.
Meneguzzo looking deep right for Theo. Touchdown, St. Norbert's. Hunter Thiel just cooking the coverage as Hagen Washer ends up in pass D.
Yeah, credit to Mancuso, though, on that one. That was a great ball. Put it right in the receiver's cut line there. As soon as he turned around, it was there, and not much Concordia's DB could do on that one.
Jorgensen out for the PAT. Up. And good. 42-14. St. Norbert's puts an exclamation mark on a dominant first half here in River Forest with about a minute to go. So the Cougars will get one more chance with the ball in the half. I mean, when the Cougars offense has been working successfully, it's the kind of offense that can get a touchdown going 80 yards in a minute. We'll see how St. Norbert's is going to play that prevent against CUC with a minute to go. Back to receive for Concordia is Kevon Lawson, along with Josiah Lugo and Randall Bills.
Well, with the helmet mishap in the first quarter and then the defensive mishap in the second quarter, only one timeout remaining for Concordia here on that one. So see what Hankins comes up with here with a minute to go. But again, with St. Norbert getting the ball to start the second half, you got to try and put something on the board.
Lugo receives. He's going to try and break away up the near side. Lays a big hit, brought down at the 23.
Yeah, flag coming in.
Flag after the end of the play might go against the Cougars for a late block. That's what it's going to go. Unnecessary roughness against the Cougars, so the CUC puts themselves in a hole to end the half. They'll start at their own 11.
St. Norbert got to be expecting that CUC is going to try and air it out here, so see what kind of coverage they come out in here. Looking like it's, yeah, I'd say deep coverage here, not pressed up on them at all. Potentially some man coverage here, so still could get some beaters down the sideline, but
snap, Bosch. Gonna let it fly to the right to Lawson. Makes the catch. He's gonna try to cut up field and be brought down at the 20. Short of a first down, brought down in the middle of the field. Cougs got to move. And they're gonna call a timeout, or should the official calling something over to the sideline.
yeah, clock did stop, so
Clock stop for whatever the official wanted to do. 2nd and 1. Cougs empty set again. 4 left, 1 right. Snap, Bosch. Forced to roll out. Gonna let it fly out of bounds.
yeah, Green Knights only rushing 3 as well, and still putting some pressure on them there, so hope to have a little more time at that point, but 8 guys back in coverage, not too much going to be open.
So it's 3rd and 1. 3rd and inches, more like it. Cougars gonna run the empty set. 3 left, 2 right, 3 high for St. Norbert. Snap. Hand off to Lawson, trying to escape to the edge, and he'll get out of bounds at the 22. It's enough for a first down, and that'll reset the count for Concordia.
Yeah, good play call there. Get some yards, get some confidence. Stop the clock, too. Way to get out of bounds from Lawson there. Good thinking as a runner in that sense.
First and 10 at the 23. Bosch takes the snap. Looking right. Pass caught by Martinez in the middle. That's going to be a first down. And they'll say he's brought down at the 35.
Yeah, so clock stops with the first down, which is good for the Cougars. Get started again on the ball placement.
St. Norbert, a mistake from the Cougars. Bosch just takes the knee, doesn't want to get hit. Matt Godar, a bad mistake with the snap, nowhere close to Bosch. And Godar definitely felt a bit rushed, but you got to hit that snap because the Cougars had St. Norbert's off guard.
Yeah, I say that was some fastest offense we've seen all day from them there. He's still in the middle of substitution and translation. Could have had a play, but not too much downfield, and the quarterback doesn't have the ball.
So it's 2nd and maybe a couple parking lots for Concordia as they're now pinned down at the 18. Coach Hankins using his last time out, and you got 20 seconds. Might as well draw up a couple shot plays.
Yeah, they've worked a few times so far. It's how they've gotten their points, but do not want to give Norbert any chance to put more points on the board themselves here with 20 seconds to go.
Second and long at the 18.
Yeah, 3 rushers again here. 8 dropping back in coverage.
Here's a snap. Bosch getting flushed forward. Short pass looking for Randall. High and through the hands. And clock stops like 2 or 3 seconds late. But the clock does stop. Cougars 13 seconds left. in the half, third and a country mile as they make some substitutions. Drawn Brown into the backfield, and at this point you're probably just looking to pick up, you know, some sort of gain to make the punt a bit better and prevent a big return.
Yeah, lost that offensive kind of mindset.
Brown cutting to the left, spinning, brought down at the 26.
Looks like they're oh, they did call a timeout there. 8 seconds remaining.
Coach McCarty wants a chance for a return. Cougars beat themselves with their final possession of the half. And Dennis Vanderplow will come out to punt it away. Vanderplow, he's had a pretty solid day punting so far, averaging 38.3 yards per punt. A far cry from his sub-30 average last year, and that has been a market improvement for Concordia, is the punting from Vanderplow.
Yeah, most of the ones that we've seen today have been over that average for the first few games, so we're going to hopefully raise that up a bit, but good to see that that part of the game is at least still intact here, and say work on pinning them deep, as you were saying earlier.
Vanderplow falls back. Godar goes at center.
Looks like they are stacking the line, trying to get a block here.
Vanderplow able to get it away. And that'll take a very friendly roll. Doesn't matter too much. Time will expire. It's down at the 22. And that'll do it for half number one of Naction this season. St. Norbert's dominant through the first 2 quarters in River Forest. It's 42-14 Green Knights as these two teams head to the locker room. We'll take a break here on the Cougar Sports Network. They take a break in the locker room. We'll be back shortly before half number 2 to get you caught up on everything that's happened and get you prepped up for what's to come in the second half of play. Hello, Cougar Nation, and welcome back to Concordia Stadium. As we come to a close in halftime here in River Forest, it's a 42-14 lead for the St. Norbert's Green Knights as we head into half number 2, and it has been an interesting game to say the least. In terms of, it's not really what we expected to see out of these two teams.
No, not at all. It's been a complete flip of the pregame keys that we were talking about there, and each team kind of utilizing the weaknesses that they have, so to speak. And St. Norbert's come out on the better side of utilizing those weaknesses and have put points on the board because of it.
Yeah, I mean, the most notable thing, you look at the stats, Jerron Brown so far, only 14 yards of rushing. The Cougars negative in the rushing, a lot of that owed to a bad snap that ends up getting put on the stat sheet. It's like a negative 15-yard sack for Colton Bosch, when in reality, it's a bad snap. But the Cougars haven't been able to do really much of anything on the ground. A big change of pace for a team that loves the run game, loves the ground game. On the flip side for the Cougars, the passing game, as soon as the Cougars got into the second quarter, has been electric. Colton Bosch letting it fly deep, getting all of his receivers involved. And outside of an interception that wasn't really his fault, Colton Bosch has been lighting it up since halfway through the first quarter.
Yeah, 55% completion rate, 180 yards here so far through just the first half. And as you mentioned, that fumble, that missed snap there led to a sack, counts towards his rushing yards. But, stat sheet not showing exactly how well of a game Colton Bosch is having here. And, just being sort of that bright spot in the team as we know he can, and he needs to be here in this second half. But yeah, finding those open receivers, being able to locate the play and not taking too many sacks either. Just that one that we saw that was really on him there at the beginning of the second quarter.
And you look at where the Cougars have really struggled with mistakes, penalties and turnovers, putting the Cougars in a hole. 21 of St. Norbert's 42 points off of whether turnovers, whether it's a pick, whether it's a fumble. The St. Norbert's defense has been capitalizing on the mistakes made by the Cougars and turning them into points, and it's turned what would be a close game, St. Norbert still in control, with the Cougars still within reaching distance, into what at a halftime is a blowout in favor of the Green Knights.
Yeah, average starting position for Concordia is on their own 20, inside the 20 there. Average starting position for a few of their drives have been mostly in their own half. St. Norbert's only started 2 drives from the opposite side of the 50. One of them they went down, scored a touchdown on it as well. The other one, Concordia got a nice stop. So one of those things of, if you can't get it, get them the ball deep and force them to go down the field. So you got to be able to put up those stops there. Just going to keep running the clock out. And now that clock in the second half is going to be going against you if you're a Cougars fan.
28-point lead for St. Norbert's. And you go into the second half, miracles can happen. But you want to set realistic goals. A realistic goal for the Cougars is win the second half.
Yeah, as we said before, you can only score 7-8 points in one drive. So narrow it down, focus on one play at a time, and keep working down the field with Colton Bosch like you can. You try to get him involved in the run game there to try and spark that one. Keep his passing going there and get Jerron Brown going. He tried to do that there in a few of those drives. He did get bottled up, got a few good rushes, but got to be able to utilize both the passing and the rushing side of the offense for Colton Brown to be as effective as he wants to be here in the second half.
Yeah, and you look at those scores by quarter. 28-0 St. Norbert in the first quarter. Second quarter, both of these teams putting up 14 points apiece. Cougars playing a lot better in the second quarter than they did in the first quarter, even with some mistakes. So CUC showing some life, showing some competitiveness. We already mentioned it when they got to 14 points. This is the best they've looked against St. Norbert's in the history of these two teams' matchups. You see some competitiveness in the team, and right now, the Cougars, you're going to take the wins you have so far, and you're going to try and make it look even better in the second half as these two teams head back out onto the field. It's going to be the Green Knights to receive to kick off the second half. Out to kick it off is Vincent Pagenkopf for the Cougars.
Yeah, I'd like to see those interior linebackers, Zach Paracchio and Caden Strower there. They have been highlights of that defensive line, shutting down any of those short pass opportunities, shutting down the run. Got a little bit tired there on the last half as Darden was running through them there a little bit more. But hopefully this halftime, gave them a little bit of rest. I'd like to see them come out and continue to be dominating that front line as they were in the first quarter and into the second.
Hagenkopf booms that straight away. And here goes St. Norbert's big return down the far sideline for Nabong all the way to the 35. Just saw a gap and blew through it to set up some solid starting field position for his squad.
Yeah, Cougars still have to let them go 65 yards here, but better starting position than it has been. He said, see if that interior defense can shut them down here. I see them going run here early to try and get that clock moving and see where they can break apart our defense.
1st and 10 at the 34. One receiver to either side, Turen to the right, Theo to the left. Snap, handoff to Darden up the middle. And he'll get stopped for a short gain, about 2 yards to make it 2nd and 8.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Something that me and you noticed here up in the booth is that Mancuso, he's just kind of out there. He's getting a lot of the calls from the sideline there. Backup quarterbacks are reading the coverage and sending it in. So something that Concordia can maybe work off of there is that shifting that defensive look after the call has come in and potentially, altering that look and how they attack.
There's a handoff on the run going for McVeigh, and he's brought down for another short 2-yard gain. Sets up 3rd and 6.
Yeah, crucial here. Big 3 and out. Start the opening drive. Get that offense back out there and see what they can do. But defense looking good. Need a big stop here on the shoulders of that D-line.
2 receivers right, 1 left. McVeigh in the backfield. Cougars pressing at the line of scrimmage. There's a snap. Cougars blitz. McVeigh's not going to get to the line of scrimmage. Brought down for a loss. And the Cougs get the stop.
Beautiful. Beautifully written up drive there. Knocked him down. Didn't even let him get 5 yards on it. Punt crew coming out, and the Cougars are going to get the ball almost like they started the second half with it.
Exactly what you want to see out of your defensive front. And back to receive the punt, it's going to be Randall Bills and Kevon Lawson. Randall Bills, had a bit of a rough first half, to say the least, but ended off on a high note. Big tackle on kick coverage to close the half.
Yeah, glad to see Hankins still trusting him out there, putting him out on the special teams and giving him a chance to try and redeem himself there. Coming right to him now. Let's see.
High punt. Good punt. That'll get downed out of bounds at the 14. A strong punt from Mason Lavake. And that'll set the Cougars up, pinned deep in their own territory as Colton Bosch leads his team out onto the field for the first time this half.
Yeah, just an average of 35 yards from that kicker through the first few ones there. So doing exactly what the Cougars wanted to do, pinning them deep and making them go yet another 87 yards here. Try and put it in the end zone, but I believe in Colton Bosch here in that offense, and Jerron Brown back out there as well. See what they got crafted up here at halftime.
And the Cougars bring in the jumbo set on the line. There's Lawson in motion. Snap. Handoff to Lawson on the end around. He's going to find a little bit of space on the near sideline as he fights his way up to the 20.
That is one shifty guy. You saw him catch it on the sideline a few times, turn in instead of going out and make a few guys miss. That is his specialty there, the little juke stick kind of operator there, and made it stay in bounds and get a few extra yards out of that rush.
2nd and 5 to go. Cougars keeping the extra tight end, Caleb Nellens, in on the line.
I like that. They need that extra second, that extra protection.
Snap handoff to Brown, trying to bounce around to a gap up the middle. Brought down for a 1-yard gain. It'll set up 3rd and 4.
Still getting past the line of scrimmage there. More positive rushes there is what's coming out of that one, and I like that addition of that extra blocker as we've been talking about.
3rd and 4 to go. No substitutions for CUC. As be Lawson and Bills out to the left. No one out to the right. Again, stacked line for the Cougars. Brown in the backfield. There goes Jackson in motion. Snap, Bosch looking deep. Lets it fly, looking for Bills. Dropped at the 45. Bosch put it on the money. And Randall Bills lets it bounce off his shoulder for an incomplete pass.
Oh, man, that was a house call and a half there for him. Just got to look it in there and then keep going. Tried to keep running without looking at it, and as any wide receiver knows, that they got to have the ball to run with it there.
Another mistake. Pins the Cougars deep, and Dennis Vanderplow going to punt it away again for his squad.
Cannot highlight that throw enough, though. What a beautiful, beautiful ball there by Bosch.
Just lets it fly deep. Got a man coming right at him. As Vanderplow, line drive punt, booms that away. It's going to get down and roll out of bounds at the 38. A 40-yard punt. As Cougars defense will head back out onto the field for the second time this half. Michael Meneguzzo, solid day so far, 11 for 17, 121 yards. And St. Norbert, they made up for that passing game differential against Cougars with the rushing game. Will Darden having a solid day on the ground. Meneguzzo takes a snap, rolling out to the right under pressure, gets that out to the target, Neville Roberts. And that's going to be a short gain of about 3 yards. Sets up 2nd and 6 or 7.
I like that pressure from CUC, though. Got around the edge on him, had somebody chasing Meneguzzo out there. See if we can keep that going and get past that offensive line.
Snap, handoff to McVane. Fighting his way for a 2-yard gain. It'll set up 3rd and 4.
There we go again. Yeah, another 3 and out would be amazing. This defense just keeps doing their job. Can't ask for much more here. Few small gains and setting up a 3rd and medium here.
St. Norbert's going to sub in an extra tight end, Jason McIntyre. Stacked line for the Green Knights, 1 man to either side. Snap, Meneguzzo looking to the left. Lets it fly well short of the target, Thiel. And that'll be another 3rd and out.
Great coverage there from Michael Harris on that one. Well underthrown, but wasn't going to be caught if it was even a good ball there. It was beautiful coverage on the backside, and that's that secondary stepping up, trying to show that they got the support of that D-line as well.
Back to punt again is Lavake. Back to receive for the Cougs. It's Lawson and Bills.
Yeah, I'd like to see he's still out there. Coach still showing trust in him there, not giving it up on him too easily. Want to see him come back and make a nice play here.
Lawson calls for a fair catch at the 19. I'll give it to him at the 20. And that's where Colton Bosch and his squad will start this drive. Went 3 and out on their first drive. Heartbreaker to end that one. He'll get a second chance here, 1st and 10 at his own 20.
Yeah, back to that last 3rd down passing play. You were right. He had a guy coming right at him, stared him down, and made a perfect throw on that one there. And just waited as long as he could, and that's the type of eyes you like to see from your franchise quarterback.
Got Jacob Redmond under center to start this drive. The running threat at QB. Here's Lawson in motion. Snap. End around to Lawson. Trying to escape to the sideline. Not going to do it. And he steps out of bounds before he can get to the line of scrimmage. It'll be a 1-yard loss.
Yeah, they like using him on that end around there. There's only been one fake for it, and that was on the touchdown pass from there. Every other time they've handed it to him here, made a few guys miss, but again, just couldn't get back to the line there. 2nd and 11 coming up.
And on 2nd and 11, Cougars setting up a full receiver set.
Redmond's still out there. Or is that Bosch?
That is
back
Bosch
in?
under center.
That is a 4, not a 1.
Bosch snap. Under pressure from the blitz. Has to get rid of it. Looking for Martinez. Broken up. Good coverage from Bo Allison to track back onto the play. And it'll be 3rd and 11. Not a bad pass, not a bad play by the receiver. Just a great play by the defense.
Yeah, that one just slightly underthrown. Can't really fault him on that one. It was still a really good ball, but allowed Allison to catch up to that there. Martinez did have him beat going on the deep route.
So it'll be 3rd and 11. They're going to keep the empty set. Lawson, Martinez, Jackson to the near side. There's a snap. Bosch dropping back, going for the middle, nearly picked off. Martinez upset, wants a flag on a hold, doesn't get it. And that'll be 4th down. Here comes Dennis Vanderplow to send it away.
Yeah, said that name a few more times than we'd like to hear in the second half already, but, you know, better than turnovers, you know, limiting the mistakes there, but not causing any negative plays, so to speak, on that side here. Rather have the punt and get them deep than have them start where the ball is now.
Vanderplow gets that one away. And Chase Hankins fired up at the official. Vanderplow run into after the punt. Maybe tipped. Either way, good punt from Dennis Vanderplow. Missed it all of that. Over 50 yards down at the 26.
Yeah, well over the returner as well, and then got some bounce and roll on it too. I can't do much more for Vanderplow, putting him in a great starting spot for his defense yet again. Can't be asking too much more of them though. 2 3 and outs to start. Can you go for 3? But I say, gotta start getting something going offensively.
Longest punt of the day for Vanderplow, 55 yards, brings his average up to 44 on the day. Hand off to McVeigh, looking for a gap on the sideline, and he has it. He's breaking away, steps out of bounds at the 39-38. Not as far as he wants, but it's enough for a 1st down for the Green Knights.
Yeah, McVeigh been their actually most efficient back here, averaging upwards of 6 to 7 yards a carry. Darden still having a good game, but he's sitting under 4 right now on his side. But McVeigh showing what he can do on that secondary or backup running back side.
1st and 10 at the 38. Turen in motion, snap, hand off, fake, keeper by Meneguzzo, looking middle, incomplete, off the hands of Joey Weber, the big tight end. And that'll set up 2nd and 10. That's a little high on the pass. Tough play for Weber to make, and he can't do it. That's the first time we've really seen them get Joey Weber involved in the passing game today.
I say they've thrown it a lot to the outside, have not gone much over the middle through this Concordia defense, but every time they have, it's been off the hands or.
They're going to the outside again. Meneguzzo rolling out to the right, staying on his feet, a little flip to Weber. And a great job just making something productive happen from Michael Meneguzzo.
Yeah, nice little flip there. I didn't even see him coming through and gets a few extra yards. The big man with the hit stick on him as well. Got an extra one there. Looks like it'll be 3rd down and 1 here. And this defense still playing very well, keeping them in that 3rd down territory.
3rd and 2 to go. Stacked box, 1 receiver to either side. Here's the snap, handoff to McVeigh, cuts to the right, tripped up, but he's able to get past the marker for a 1st down. Jacob McVeigh coming in so they can give Will Darden a breather in the second half, and he's been productive. 1st and 10 at the Cougars 48.
there orchestrating it. Looks like Louis Mobley out there. And
pre-snap motion from the Green Knights. Snap, Meneguzzo hands it off. And McVeigh going nowhere, brought down to the line of scrimmage. 2nd and 10 now at the Cougars' 48. Second and 10. 2 receivers to the left. Thiel over to the right. Cougars pressing on the line again. Snap, Meneguzzo looking deep to the right. Lets it fly. Incomplete. And Hunter Thiel doesn't know it. He's lucky he got a hand on that, because if that just slips past his fingers, that's getting picked off by Hatchett.
Yeah, wide receiver turned defensive back there. Saved his quarterback from a for sure interception, as you had, Aiden Hatchett just sitting there waiting for it to come into his open arms.
3rd and 10 now at the 48. Snap. Meneguzzo under pressure, going middle to nobody. Just a dangerous play. I think he technically had one eligible receiver in the area in the middle, but just trying to get rid of it.
That's Nick White again there. They've tried that little inside screen to him there a few times, and every single time it looks like it's been picked up by Concordia nicely. So punt team coming out, Concordia getting the ball back here. The defense continuing to do their job, stopping them with no points here so far in the second half.
Lavake out to punt it off again. 3rd time punting this half, as he sends that high. Lawson lets it bounce, and that'll get into the end zone for a touchback. You mentioned getting Nick White involved. Part of getting Nick White involved is a product of something we haven't really touched on yet. Connor Kelly coming into the game as one of the #1 receiving options for Concordia. We haven't seen him touch for St. Norris. We haven't seen him get out on the field yet.
Yeah, I say they've been utilizing that big Thiel there on the outside as part of it. Started utilizing that tight end more, and then Nick White as well with those screen pass and a few down the sideline. But you're right, they have not been, noticing or even targeting that star wide receiver. They've been Concordia probably game plan for.
2 receivers left. There's Jackson in motion. Snap, Bosch, quick to the right to Lawson. And Kevon Lawson makes some cuts, fights his way up for a 12-yard gain and a 1st down.
Yeah, I like seeing that quick out there, get the ball out of your hands, and a good accurate throw by Bosch. No more rain here since the beginning of the second quarter, so everything drying up. Good grip on that for him here, and I say he's having himself a game.
Get in the hands of your shifty ball carrier. Lawson, we've mentioned it, now tied for the school record with longest touchdown reception, the 95-yarder last week. A lot of that after the catch. Bosch looking straight back to Lawson, cutting back, trying to create some space. He does so to the sideline, edged out at the 41. Worked once, why not run it again? And it works again.
There you go, that shifty little Lawson there. Left, then back right, and then cuts left again. Did not see that 3rd cut coming for him, but got a few extra yards out of it, and out of bounds, avoided a hit nicely.
2nd and 2 at the 41.
Had 3 different Green Knights sitting there. They all ran into each other. Beautiful play from Lawson.
Brown in motion, snap, Bosch going middle, dropped by Randall. The Cougars receivers just having a rough day.
Yeah, Bosch made the right play as well. Brown was covered there on the little flat route, took his inseam there, and great throw, just bouncing off it again. Another one that he's lucky was not bounced up and picked off.
2 yards to go for a 1st down. 2 to the right, 2 to the left. Brown in the backfield to the right of Bosch. Lawson in motion, snap. Bosch, quick pass behind Martinez. The 2 off on their timing. And Coach Hankins tells Dennis Vanderplow to stay on the sideline, and down 28, 5 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Nothing's been happening on either side. Why not go for it?
Yeah, I like this call here. You had a lot of options there. I'd like to see potentially go with that one again. See if there was something else open, because Bosch had a few different ways he could have gone with that one, just right behind Martinez.
Full receiver set for the Cougars. 4 right, 1 left. Bosch drives the hands, man in motion. Snap, keeper looks it to Lawson, and it's through the hands. Flag out after the play. And if this is on St. Norbert's, it's either going to be a late hit or it could be targeting.
Yeah, I
what
say
we saw.
Didn't see the helmet come down there, but definitely a late hit for sure. Hopefully we'll save this drive for Concordia with that errant hit.
St. Norbert's hoping doesn't get elevated to targeting. That's probably what the officials are talking about in the middle of the field, just to make sure it is just a regular late hit. So it was under discussion for targeting, and they're going to pick the flag up. So the Green Knights catch a break.
Wow, not even a flag altogether. They just picked it up and canceled it.
And Chase Hankins fired up on the sideline. He has not been a fan of these officials in this second half.
Yeah, a lot of his players. That's second now time his players gotten hit. Refs not giving him any benefit of the doubt on the, say, flag side there.
Turnover on downs. It'll be 1st and 10 for St. Norbert's at the 41.
And they actually advanced position from where they had punted it previously, starting about 20 farther yards up than they ended the last drive.
New man under center for St. Norbert's. It's Tanner Hora as they bring in the second teamers. There's Turan in motion. Hora hands it off to McVeigh, going over to the left, slipping through for a 6-yard gain. Sets up 2nd and 4 to go. Now mark it 2nd and 5. Down at the 36. Same formation for St. Norbert's, just from the left hash now. Hora looking over to the sideline. Snap, Hora hands it off to McVeigh, up the middle, breaks every tackle, breaking away to the end zone. Jacob McVeigh exploits the gap, and St. Norbert's is up to 48 on the day.
Yeah, what a game from McVeigh, keeping his legs chugging through that 1st and 2nd contact, and no safety up there. Looked like man coverage on the back end and nobody to stop him after he got through that secondary line for the Concordia Cougars.
Out for the PAT is Jorgensen.
First point scored of the second half. Took till this long to get him.
Up and good. It's a 49-14 game. Cougars defense did a great job through the first 10 minutes of the second half. Finally made a mistake. And it brings it up to a 35-point deficit for CUC.
I got to see if Hankins will call it there and try and bring in his backups as well, seeing them coming in, if still believes there's a chance for this game right now.
Out to kick it away again is Brandon Schaefer, a freshman out of De Pere.
Scoreboard malfunction here. Wasn't sure made sure he made it, but I'm showing 49, so we should be good there.
Quick substitution on the coverage team for St. Norbert's. Schaefer will send it away. That's going straight at Lawson. He'll try and return. Lawson coming to the near sideline, staying on his feet, and brought down, stopped at the 27-yard line. So smart choice to bring it out. And that's where this Cougars offense will start things up.
Yeah, looks like that guy is guaranteed to make at least one guy miss every time he touches the ball. Couldn't get past that secondary onslaught, but good return and decent starting position here. Looks like Bosch is staying out there with Brown, so trying to find something with this starting offense.
And the Cougars leaving their first teamers out there, except in one spot. It's the freshman Trey Williams at center now. Snap, Bosch keeper on the play action, under pressure, tries to get through the gap, pitches it to Brown. And Brown can't get it. They'll call it a pass, they'll call it incomplete, makes it 2nd and 10.
Yeah, forward motion there, got it out, but was hoping kind of Bosch would get around that one defender. He had a lot of room to work and throw after that, but tripped him up, and better no loss than more than that, so.
Yeah, it looks like Matt Godar, the starting center for this team, getting looked at by the trainers on the sideline. Cougars 2 to the right. Brown in the backfield. Jackson in motion. Snap. Handoff to Brown. Tries to cut up the middle. Going nowhere. As he's stopped at the line of scrimmage. 3rd and 10 for CUC coming up. And they're going back to a 4-receiver set. Nellen's out of the game. Martinez back in. I'll send Martinez out wide. 2 receivers to the left. Jackson in motion. Snap. Bosch. Man coming on his face. And that's incomplete on the sideline. Doesn't matter either way. Well short of a first down. And it's time for some Dennis Vanderplow action as he heads back out onto the field.
Yeah, a little bit too far back in their own end on this one here, and concede this drive over to St. Norbert and try and let that defense do a little bit more.
Vanderplow averaging 44 yards per punt on the day. 1 man back to receive for St. Norbert's. Punts up. That's a line drive. Good bounce. And the return. They'll pick up a few. Nabong brought down at the 44. And that's where Tanner Hora will lead the offense back out for his 2nd time today.
Yeah, Tanner Hora, 8 for 12 on the season coming into this game. 1 touchdown, 1 pick on that one for just under 100 yards. So seeing if he can get that stat line up here, getting some action here in this late 3rd quarter, and seeing if St. Norbert can pile it on more. That Concordia defense still looking strong.
Snap. Hora, handoff to McVeigh. And this time, McVeigh's going to get stopped at the 45. Short gain, sets up 2nd and 8. Cougars defense very, very tired in the 2nd half. Seen a lot of action out on the field. Both of these defenses have. 2 right, 1 left. Snap. Hora looking deep. No options. Now lets it fly. No one even close. Jonathan Ungst ends up 5 yards away from him. That's the closest man. So Hora just throws it away, sets up 3rd and 8. The Green Knights setting everyone deep there. The Cougars covering them in the mid-range. Once everyone gets deep enough, Hora can't get it to him that far. At that point, you'd just be throwing up a Hail Mary.
Interesting to see they're still taking shots out there now. And flags fly.
False start tagged on St. Norbert's. Just the 2nd foul tagged on that team, on the Green Knights today. They have played a very disciplined football game. But it does set up 3rd and long now. Three receivers right. Snap. Hora rolls out to the right. Lets it fly. Caught! On on the sideline. Bailey Turen gets up and echoes Randy Moss at the 45. That's a first down.
Wow, what a catch. I thought he had dead to rights. Hora intercepted, and my.
On Aiden Hatchett's head. First and 10 at the 45. Heck of a day for Bailey Turen. His sixth catch, now up to 104 yards on the day. As McVain's brought down after a 1-yard gain, 2nd and 9 at the 44. 2.5 to go in the second quarter. Third quarter. Turen coming back out to the near side. Bailey Turen coming into the day does 53 yards receiving on 7 receptions. Doubling that up today, and he's not going to make that catch. Big hit on the coverage from Hagen Washer. And the ball was nearly picked off by the Cougars. Either way, good defensive play by CUC.
I don't know, Jonathan. He almost had that one still as well. He's come alive here the last 2 plays and almost one-handed that one. Almost turned into an interception as well. Both players could not bring it down, unfortunately, and we'll set up that third down, as you were saying.
3rd and 9 at the 44. Snap. Hora rolls out to the right. Gonna let this one fly. Caught by Turen. It's not going to be enough for a first down. They're saying the ball's out, and they're going to call it an incomplete pass. Charlie Druick and the Cougars defense furious. Confident that that was a catch. I'll say that Turen not able to make the football move. And that'll bring the punt team back out onto the field.
Yeah, I couldn't quite see over the Concordia sideline there. It looked like it did come out pretty fast, but it did look like he had possession for a second. You're right, maybe not a football move is what the refs are saying. Otherwise incomplete. Concordia gets the ball back here regardless, pending any unforeseen circumstances.
Levake sends that high. And that'll take a great bounce for St. Norbert's. They'll down it at the 2. The coverage team gets their job done.
That ball seemed to hang in the air over the end zone for about a good second there. What a play. It looked like from the defensive option there on the special teams for St. Norbert, pulling that back in and knocking him down at the 2. Just another awful starting position for Concordia here, backed up inside their own 5.
CUC will have 98 yards to go, and they'll actually change the call. They'll say it's a touchback. So all that work ends up getting taken back. So it looks like one of the officials saw a foot down in the end zone when it was slapped up.
Good call. Glad they were able to change that one and go with the right one there, but
Cougars catch a break from the officials. Empty set for Bosch. 3 right, 2 left. Man in motion. Bosch takes the snap. Keeper on the play action. Looking to the right. Broken up. Good play on the pass break up from Johnny Reddick, a sophomore out of Pahrump, Nevada. Break that one up. Pass was going to Jayshawn Hall. 2nd and 10 now from the 20. Empty set again. Brown moves into the backfield. Snap. Bosch keeps it. Man coming. Lets it fly for Randall. Incomplete.
Once again, had him beat down the sideline. Not sure what it looked like that Matt Buchel was doing over there, but man, what a play, and just could not hold on from Randall on that one. Beautiful ball again from Bosch.
So many big plays. Just this close to being caught. Two receivers to either side. Brown in the backfield, 3rd and 10 at the 20. Bosch sends Brown in motion. Snap. Bosch drops the snap. That's how this drive went. 3 and out for the Cougars, stopped at the 12-yard line. Out comes Dennis Vanderplow to punt it away from the end zone. Vanderplow, low snap, able to get it away. That'll take a CUC bounce as it rolls its way to the 40-yard line. That's where it'll get downed. 48 yards on the punt from Vanderplow. And that is where the St. Norbert's offense will head back out onto the field.
A decent punting game from Vanderplow here today. A few of them look like they're about to be blocked on there, but he's managed to get them all off nicely, and every single one of them has positive role for Concordia. So doing his job on the special teams unit there and letting Aura start here. It looks like back in their own half of the field.
1st and 10 at the 40 for Tanner Hora and the St. Norbert's offense. Hora hands it off to the back, who's going to break free down the sideline. Jordan Thomas finally stopped at the 31. Big gain on the rush.
They're just throwing anybody back there at running back now and getting 20 yards of carry on that one.
This offensive line for St. Norbert's, their strength coming into the game, and it has come through big in the running game. Hora looking deep, lets it fly. Easy catch made on the sideline by Neville Roberts. Wide open, dropped off Hayden Hatchett on the out. That'll move it to 1st and 10 at the 15. Clock winding down. St. Norbert's in no hurry to get the snap off before the 3rd quarter expires. That's how the 3rd quarter will end. Only one touchdown, but St. Norbert's knocking on the door of another. It's 49-14 Green Knights when we come back here on the Cougar Sports Network. Welcome back to River Forest for quarter number 4 between the Green Knights and the Cougars. St. Norbert's on top, 49-14 in the red zone again. Handoff to Thomas. Nice cuts to the end zone. Jordan Thomas back and forth and puts it on the board for 6. The Green Knights crack 50. As Tyler Jurgensen comes out for the PAT. It's a heck of a run from Jordan Thomas. Able to evade the tacklers and bring it to the house. Jurgensen puts it up and through. It's 56-14. The Green Knights, an offensive breakout here on the west side of Chicago. And here's that rush. Jordan Thomas cutting back just to get past the line of scrimmage. And another cut right in the midst of the run defense with the linebackers untouched as he breaks the plane. A great run from the sophomore out of Milwaukee. And it makes it a 42-point game. Brandon Schaefer comes back out to punt to kick it off. Cougars, same return team as usual, as CUC keeps on fighting through. Schaefer booms that way towards Lugo, who will call for the fair catch. It'll be a touchback. Cougars start this drive at the 20. Colton Bosch going to lead his boys back out onto the field. And so you see they've struggled to get the offense going here in the second half. Just about 20, 30 yards gained in half number 2. But you look at Colton Bosch's day. Now 13 for 32, a 41% completion rate. But that does look a little worse than it should be. You got a few pass drops. And he's also had to sling it a lot more than you want to. The rushing game not doing anything for the Concordia Cougars. Bosch hands that off to Brown, trying to find a gap to the left. And he'll fight his way forward to the 31-yard line. For a 6-yard gain, sets up 2nd and 4. Drawn Brown's day, coming off of an Offensive Player of the Week award. Not the best. 14 carries now for about 21 yards. 2nd and 4, snap, hand off to Brown. Going to try and find some kind of a gap up the middle. He's going to fight his way forward for a 3-yard gain, which will set up 3rd and 1 at the 34. Just nothing going the way the Cougars wanted to in the rushing game. Just now getting it going against the second teamers. Two right, one left. Brown in the backfield. Bosch takes the snap. Hand off to Brown. Fighting to the right. Trucks a man. Lays down the hit stick. And it's going to be enough for a first down. 1st and 10 Cougars at the 38. 3 straight runs, and it's enough to reset the down marker. We'll have 1st and 10 Concordia. Two receivers to the left, Randall to the right. Wes Jackson in the game. Sacked up behind the line. Jackson in motion. Snap. Bosch looking for Jackson. Catch made by Jackson. Barrels his way forward for a first down. Nice catch from the tight end, Wes Jackson. Had a bit of a slow year so far by his standards. Just 1 touchdown so far, about 18 yards receiving. Has received the highest honor of any of these players on the Cougars roster. 2024 first team all-NAC tight end. As Bosch takes a snap. That one looked in, caught by Jaden Taylor on the near side. Taylor brought down after a 2-yard gain, sets up 2nd and 8. Cougars into enemy territory as they set up a sack box set again. 2 right, 1 left. Jackson in motion. Snap. Handoff. Keeper for Colton Bosch. Bosch trying to barrel his way forward for the pickup. He'll fight his way to the 43-yard line. Sets up 3rd and manageable for the Cougars. Should be 3rd down, and it is. Play call coming in from the sideline. Hankins gets it in. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Jackson at the tight end spot. Brown in the backfield. Jackson in motion. Snap. Bosch looking deep for Jackson. A floater caught on the dive from Wes Jackson. And he's down on the field. Never got touched. If you're playing by NFL rules, that's a touchdown. This is the NCAA. Players down as soon as they're on the ground, but it's a big gain for CUC. A deep ball from Colton Bosch to Wes Jackson makes it 1st and 10 at the 22. And the chips are down. Colton Bosch going to his safety blanket. Wes Jackson. Jackson in motion, snap, Bosch looking straight, caught, and brought down immediately is Taylor. About a 6 or 7 yard gain, sets up 2nd and short. Two receivers right, 1 left. Jackson in the backfield. Snap, Bosch, hand off to Brown, trying to find a gap to the right. Brown breaking through, over a man, reaches out, touchdown, Cougars! Jerron Brown wills his way into the end zone, and Concordia gets back on the board for the first time in the second half. A long drive from CUC ends up in the end zone. Jerron Brown, his biggest rush and biggest play of the day to keep his touchdown streak alive. Marquez splits the uprights to make it a 21-point day for CUC. Concordia getting some small wins, but they still trail big. They're down 35. It's 56-21 as we'll change possession here in the 4th. Colton Bosch up to 242 yards passing on the day, a 47% completion percentage. Jerron Brown up to 44 yards rushing on the day. So with that last drive, making something out of what has been a rough day for the junior. And Wes Jackson, 34 yards receiving, his best game of the year so far. 2 for 2 on targets. Elsewhere in the NAC, Eureka and Rockford. Eureka, a big win as they traveled up to Rockford, and they take down the Regents 40-20. Eureka picks up their first conference win of the year, and they'll start conference play 1-0. Benedictine and Aurora getting things going today as well. And Aurora holding a slim lead over the Eagles, 35-30 here in the fourth quarter. And that is a game to watch. The Aurora Spartans on a multi-year unbeaten streak within the NAC. But Benedictine knocking on their door down in Aurora. They trail by 5. Aurora with a field goal attempt right now to try and make it an 8-point game. Here in River Forest, St. Norbert's on track to go 1-0 to start conference play. The Green Knights projected to finish 2nd in the conference, and they're putting an exclamation point on their ability to stay at the top of the NAC. Oh, it's 35-30 in Aurora, and we do have some weather coming up from the southwest of Chicago. That is over Aurora right now. It's a weather delay in Aurora, Illinois, as Thomas fights his way forwards for a 6-yard gain here in River Forest. Sets up 2nd and 4 at the 43. Again, this St. Norbert's offensive line doing enough to just let whoever Coach McCarty wants to put in the backfield do work. Snap, Hora, hand off to Thomas. Thomas wrapped up at the line. A scrimmage tackle made by Darius Mays. They'll set up 3rd and 4 to go for St. Norbert's. Third and 4 to go. And it's a free play. Hora makes the throw. It's a first down for St. Norbert's. Catch made by Jason McIntyre, his first catch of the day. And you have to assume St. Norbert's will decline the offsides. That'll be 1st and 10. Green Knights in Cougar territory. They're at the Concordia 43. St. Norbert's marching down the field, 8:40 to go in the game. One receiver to either side. Hora takes a snap, hands it off. Another big run for the Green Knights. We're on running back number 4. It's Jake Coons, the freshman out of Rice Lake, Wisconsin, on the rush. So St. Norbert's giving their bench some action today. Hora looking over to the sideline, getting the call from the spotter QBs. Hand off again to Kuntz, fighting his way up the middle, brought down at the 35. It'll set up 3rd and 2. St. Norbert's, that is your differentiator. The Cougars, 242 yards gained in the passing game today. They're outdoing the Green Knights there, but St. Norbert's, after that rush, 200 yards on the ground, dominating that part of the game, just rolling over the Cougars. As we have 3rd and 2 coming up. Coons still in the backfield, to right. McIntyre in the game at tight end. Snap. And timeout called by Coach McCarty. I'll take a break down on the field. We'll take a break here at the Cougar Sports Network. We'll be back in just a minute for more Cougar football. Welcome back to River Forest. It's 3rd and 2, St. Norbert's. Short gain to go to pick up the first down. They're at the Cougars 35. You got 7:13 left in the game. Hora hands it off to Coons. Barrels his way forward, is gently laid down for a nap by the Cougar defense. It's 1st and 10, Green Knights. I don't see tackles like that too often. Cougars quite literally picking up Jake Coons and putting him down on the ground. First and 10, St. Norbert's, the Green Knights on track to pick up their first win of the season and start conference play 1-0. They've been loving action here today in River Forest. Snap, handoff to Coons. Over to the left, finds a gap. He's going to fight his way forward for a 9-yard gain. They'll set up 2nd and 1 at the 23, and now the Green Knights are knocking on the door of the red zone. St. Norbert's blockers just bullying the Cougars' defense at this point. Snap, handoff to Coons, up the middle, and he's going to get just enough for a first down. 1st and 10 at the 21. So St. Norbert's right on the edge of the red zone. Can't get much closer than that. Jake Coons just into the game and getting his cardio. He is running the ball again and again and again, and it is working. Closing in on 5 minutes to go in the game. The Green Knights running this clock all the way down. Here's a snap. Handoff, Jordan Thomas back into the game. This is going to be a tackle for loss. The Cougars break through the offensive line. Stop Thomas before he can get back to the line of scrimmage. It's a 2-yard loss on the play. Sets up 2nd and 12 back at the 23. Both of these teams just grinding their way to the end of the game. Substitution made by St. Norbert's. They bring Neville Roberts back in. Hora may have to pass now. Snap, Hora. He's going to hand it off to Thomas. Cuts up the middle. Good coverage from the Cougars, and a nice play made by Darius Mays to keep the gain at 3. It sets up 3rd and 9. St. Norbert's right inside the red zone now. 9 yards to go. 2 receivers to the right as McIntyre slides back in behind the line. Roberts comes over to the left as well. Roberts is lined up as a lineman right now, tight end. Snap, flags thrown. False start tagged on the Green Knights, so they'll drop back for 5 more. Sets up 3rd and 14. And we'll probably have to see Tanner Hora throw now. Same formation, 2 receivers to the right, 2 tight ends on the left. Snap, Hora, looking left, lets it fly for Roberts! Incomplete! Great coverage from Jordy Lacey and a great breakup on the near side, and Roberts is still down on the field. Almost made a great play up against the goal line. And he is not getting up. The trainers run over to Neville Roberts, but that forces the 4th down. And it looks like Brandon Schaefer is coming out onto the field. So we'll take a break. No, we will not. Roberts back up. He's able to get off the field under his own power. As he walks across, it looks like we'll have a PAT attempt incoming from the Green Knights, as it looks like Brandon Schaefer is out for the PAT. He is. He's practicing kicking. That is normally a job reserved for Tyler Jurgensen, but this one a bit further out. Going to be a 42-yard attempt for Jurgensen. Sorry, not Jurgensen. Normally, Jurgensen's the one kicking the field goals. They'll have Schaefer do it here. 42-yard field goal. Kicks up. It's low. That is a line drive straight away through to make it a 59-21 game. Brandon Schaefer with a bullet. That thing didn't start coming down until it got past the goalposts. And it goes down around the high jump mats behind the field. 59-21. St. Norbert's now leading by 38 over the Cougars with 3:50 to go in the game. Concordia, Chicago just trying to get out of this one. Yeah, like we mentioned, St. Aurora and Benedictine currently in a weather delay down in Aurora. And they'll have a thriller to close that game out. Benedictine fighting all the way back to make it a 5-point game with 6.5 minutes to go. And it looks like they actually are, and actually that weather delay is done. Benedictine marching down the field as they trail by 5. That's sent away by Schaefer. Lawson calls for the fair catch. Cougars, they'll start this drive out at the 25. So Cougars offense back out onto the field. It's Jacob Redmond at the helm now. First and 10 at the 25. Redmond hands it off to Brown. And it's Henson into the game at running back for the first time today. He's brought down at the line of scrimmage. That'll be 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10 at the 25. Snap, Redmond keeps it himself. He's going to run it over to the near side past the 30. Tripped up and going out of bounds at the 32. Clock will stay running as we close in on 3 minutes. Well, looks like they'll stop the clock. Third and 3 to go at the 32. Here's snap, Redmond looking to the right, caught by Taylor, cutting back in, and Jaden Taylor gains enough for a first down before he's finally stopped out of bounds at the 40. And down in Aurora, Benedictine has just taken the lead with 2 minutes to go in the 4th quarter with a touchdown. So Benedictine looking to make some NAC history and be the first team to beat Aurora in 46 conference matchups. Jacob Redmond with a big completion moves the Cougars down to the St. Norbert's 45 with 2:40 to go. Snap, handoff to Henson, bouncing out to the outside, fighting his way to the sideline, but it's not just enough for a 1-yard gain. 2nd and 9 to go. They'll give him 2 yards. 2nd and 8 to go at the 43-yard line. Taylor in motion, snap, Hand off to Taylor, trying to get to the sideline, trying to find a hole, and he's only going to find enough space for a 1-yard pickup. Short gain makes it 3rd and about 6 or 7 to go. 30 and 7 as we'll get a timeout called. 2-minute warning call down on the field. 1:58 to go in the game. These two teams will catch a final breather, and the match will catch a final breather here at the Cougar Sports Network. We'll be back in just a minute. Welcome back to River Forest. 3rd and 8 for the Cougars goes nowhere. Henson stopped at the line of scrimmage. And I'll set up 4th and 8 for Concordia as they plan on going for it. Might as well at this point in the game. Fourth and 8. Concordia trying to keep the offense moving on what might be their last possession of the day. Redmond rolling right. Pass! Caught! At the 35. And it looks like they're going to give CUC the first down. They are. Jaden Taylor able to bring in the tipped pass and pick up the first down for CUC. Nellens in motion. Snap, Redmond. Looking to the right. Pass dropped by Jayshon Hall. And it'll be 2nd and 10 at the 35. Second and 10 now. 50 seconds to go in the game. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Nellens in motion. Snap, Redmond. Looking deep for Hall. Nowhere near him. Hall's going inside. Redmond throwing to a fade that wasn't there. And it'll set up 3rd and 10 at the 35-yard line. Three receivers left, 1 right. Snap, Redmond rolls out to the left. Lets it fly. Pass caught at the sideline, out of bounds, but it's enough for a first down. Blake Green, a freshman out of Robinson, Illinois, makes the catch and picks up the first down for the Cougs. Clock stops, 45 seconds to go. First and 10 at the 25. 2 receivers either side. Taylor in motion, snap, handoff to Henson up the middle. Lot of space for Henson to the house. William Henson, his first touchdown of the season. And the Cougs get back on the board in the 4th quarter. They're going to make it to 28, pending the PAT from Manuel Mendoza. Mendoza out for the PAT. Up. Good. The Cougs score 28. as they continue their best game in history against St. Norbert's. The Cougars still showing fight through what has been a tough day. Henson, after that drive, 27 yards rushing on the day and a touchdown. And so the ball will get kicked off to St. Norbert's in just a minute. And the Green Knights likely will run this game to its conclusion. Kopf, a squib kick, picked up and taken down by at the 26. And that's where the St. Norbert's offense will head back out onto the field. First and 10 at the 25. And they're in victory formation. Hora out there to kneel this one out. 39 seconds to go. This should be the only kneel they take. That'll do it. The Green Knights take the knee. They go 1-0. A great start to action for the Green Knights. They blow out the Cougars 59-28 here in River Forest. St. Norbert's, they jumped out ahead early, a 28-point first quarter, and they never gave that lead up for the rest of the game. Cougars show some fight, able to stay in it for a little bit. They ultimately fall and take their first loss of the season, going now to 2-1 and 0-1 in conference against the Green Knights. Colton Bosch, 47% completion rate today, but some great numbers over that. 242 yards, a pair of touchdowns, and then an interception and a few drops from his receivers. None of those being too much of Bosch's fault. Great day from the QB on a day where the Cougars just couldn't get their rushing attack going. Jerron Brown ending his day with 44 yards and a touchdown on 17 carries. Blake Henson, 27 yards on 4 carries. And a touchdown. On the receiving end, Kevon Lawson, a touchdown. And 65 yards receiving. Martinez, 64 yards receiving. And a touchdown as well. The St. Norbert's Green Knights, not a big day passing. Solid day, though. 134 yards and a 57% completion rate for Managuzzo with 2 touchdowns. A big day rushing for St. Norbert's. 214 yards gained on the ground. Jacob McVeigh, Will Darden, Jordan Thomas, all getting in the action. Michael Managuzzo picking up a few yards, rushing as well. And ends up being a big win for St. Norbert's. They take down the Cougars 59-28 to start up action. Elsewhere in action, we already covered it. The Eureka takes down Rockford to start their season. And down in Aurora, Illinois, it looks like the Giant is gonna fall. Benedictine leading Aurora 36-35 with the clock as the clock expires. The Benedictine Eagles end the Aurora Spartans' NAC win streak at 46 games. A big win for Benedictine to start their NAC season. The Cougars, they start their NAC season 0-1, but they'll be back in action next week. Cougars going on the road to take on the Wisconsin Lutheran College Warriors up in Milwaukee next week. They look to get back on the right track in action next week. That'll do it here for Cougar football today. As Cougar Sports Network back in action tomorrow. We got a soccer doubleheader starting at 1 o'clock out here at Concordia Stadium. That'll do it for Cougar football. I'm Jonathan Shear of the Cougar Sports Network. Joining me today was Adam Kubal. Thank you to everyone who made today's broadcast possible, and thank you for tuning in. As always, roll Cougs.
Concordia University Chicago Cougars Athletics broadcast. We hope to see you on campus very soon. If you would like to learn more about what Concordia Chicago has to offer, go to cuchicago.edu.